Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Inherited All for One's Power? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. The street was quiet except for the steady hum of city life some way ahead. Birds circled lazily in the late afternoon sky, indifferent to the fact that Izuku Midoriya's entire world had just been flipped upside down. All Might deflated with a faint puff of steam, crouched against the floor like some washed-up ghost of greatness. Blood dripped sluggishly from the corner of his mouth, and Izuku, still jittery from facing the sludge villain and the scolding and the shouting, couldn't make sense of any of it. And then All Might said, "I'm sorry, young man. I come with thanks, a correction and a suggestion." He paused, wiping off some blood from his chin. "If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a guy in a bodysuit that was all talk. So thank you." "Oh, of course not. It was my fault," Izuku quipped almost immediately. "If I hadn't been there to interrupt your work and then to say those impertinent things even though I'm quirkless, you wouldn't have." All Might shook his head, a strange look in his eyes. "Precisely because it was none other than the timid, quirkless you at the scene that I was able to act. Top heroes have stories about them from their school days." Izuku gulped, remembering how Kaken had said something similar earlier, the reason why he didn't want Izuku to take the entrance exam for UA. Most of their stories have one thing in common: their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. He bit down on his trembling lips, feeling like he might burst into tears right there and then. For some reason, he too remembered the words his mother had told him back then, when that doctor had told him he was quirkless. "That was true for you too, wasn't it?" Izuku nodded, mumbling something that was meant to sound like a yeah, but that came out wrong, his voice cracking. "You can become a hero." Izuku clutched his chest as he collapsed on the ground, tears freely falling from his eyes now. The words that he wanted to hear back then. It seemed like dreams could come true, after all. If All Might, the #1 hero, symbol of peace in both name and reality, could believe in him. "You are worthy to inherit my power." Izuku blinked, his crying coming to halt abruptly. Inherit your power? To take my quirk, all for one. Sorry, what now? I mean, yes, most know it as the superhuman strength quirk that made me #1. The pillar of peace and all that. He smiled, tired and oddly soft. But its original name was All for One. And its first wielder, its creator, actually was a good man. Misunderstood, but good. Izuku's mouth opened. Nothing came out. 1,000 thoughts raced to fill the silence, but none of them made any sense. Finally, he mumbled weakly, "All for One, like the rumored meta quirk from the Dawn era? It how? Is that even P?" All Might sighed and sat down fully by the sidewalk, legs crossed, like he was settling in to tell a bedtime story. A horrifying, world-upending bedtime story. There were two brothers, back at the Dawn era of quirks, he began. The elder Zen Shigaraki had the power to take and give quirks, the kind of ability that could have made him a tyrant. But instead, he helped people. Back then, society wasn't like today. No heroes, no rules. He brought order to the chaos quirks brought. He disarmed the dangerous, strengthened the willing. And he had a vision overblown, dramatic, sure, but pure in its intent. Izuku listened, stiff with disbelief. But his brother? Well, his younger brother was born quirkless. Those words felt like a slap. It could as well have been Izuku remembering everything that everyone had told him ever since he was diagnosed quirkless: his mom, Kaken, his classmates, his teachers. But either way, he felt his shoulders tighten. "Yoichi Shigaraki," All Might said gently. Being quirkless was the norm back then, but he still grew up feeling angry and resentful. Zen didn't give him a quirk initially. He didn't trust his younger brother's unstable mind. Eventually, when they both were adults, in an attempt to make peace, Zen gave Yoichi a harmless little ability. One to stockpile power, to help with his frail health and weak physical constitution. And All Might's expression darkened. Yoichi already had a quirk. One no one knew about because of how weak it was on his own. It let him pass his own quirk factor into others along with his will and his mind. A piece of himself. He leaned forward, eyes solemn now. The result was one for all. An antithesis to his brother's quirk. After decades of gathering strength from countless wielders, one for all challenged his elder brother, and the two clashed. In the end, one for all was mortally wounded and forced to retreat, but his brother was left even worse off, his skull caved in, and on the brink of death. With no other choice, he passed on all for one, and every quirk along with it, to his successor. Izuku sat down without meaning to. His knees just stopped working. That's not. Well, it's really not well-known information, and for the most part they're just rumors that you can only come across if you're looking for specific information in certain forums, but it's just not what I expected. I know. All Might smiled again, humorless. But history belongs to the victors. And Yoichi, even in death, wasn't really dead. His consciousness passed along with the quirk, growing stronger with each successor. He found hosts, burned through them, using their lives to feed the quirk's power. Izuku whispered, "He's still alive." All Might's eyes flashed. Exactly. They were silent for a moment, the city roaring far away from them, unnoticed. I was the first since Zen to truly use all for one safely, All Might said. I never took quirks from others. I worked only with the ones passed down to me. I fought the host of One for All a few years ago, his latest body. He nearly killed me. Izuku felt cold all over. So why are you telling me this? Why would you want to pass that power on to me? All Might looked at him. Because you're quirkless. And that's exactly why you might survive all for one. He held out his hand to Izuku like it was some sacred relic. But he recoiled. I don't, he scrambled back, heart racing. You're asking me to take a quirk that steals other quirks? It doesn't have to be used that way, All Might said. I didn't, and you won't have to either. But it can. Doesn't that scare you? Of course it does. Power always should. His voice dropped low. But that's why we pass it to people like you. Izuku shook his head. Maybe I don't want to be a hero after all. Maybe it's not if this is what it takes to be like you. He trailed off, and All Might didn't press. The silence stretched long. Eventually, the symbol of peace stood, towering over Izuku even in his shrunken state. I can't say I expected you to hesitate, but I won't force it, he said. I'll wait. If you change your mind, come find me. Then he was gone. Izuku remained on the street, shaking, staring at his hands. Still quirkless. He no longer knew if that was a curse or a blessing. He walked home in a daze. The breeze from the drizzle All Might caused earlier after defeating the slug villain, for the second time, still clung to his skin. His hands were clenched in his uniform pants pocket, clammy and trembling. All for one. The words echoed over and over in his head like a dropped radio broadcast, looping with static. He'd expected nothing more than the initial no from All Might at that roof. In fact, he accepted it, and was starting to mentalize building a future that was actually within his grasp, given his situation. He didn't regret trying to save Kaken. Not when the pro-heroes scolded him while praising his not-quite-childhood friend for being so brave and resisting the villain's attack. Not when Kaken ran after him to shout at him for trying to help when he hadn't asked him to. He didn't even know if he regretted not turning down All Might's offer immediately. I want to pass it to you. Izuku shook his head, shivering. What kind of hero says that? What kind of hero has that power? He passed a street billboard. A smiling All Might towered over it, fist raised, the text reading, "The symbol of peace protects all." Izuku looked away. At home that night, he lay awake on his bed, the ceiling painted in shifting shadows from streetlights outside. He turned his phone on. Opened his Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 13, notebook, still charred from Kaken's explosions and its pages crumpled, likely because they dried wrong after he took it out of the koi pond. He skimmed past all the hero entries past All Might's autograph and started jotting down a new one. Quirks. Theory. All for one. Historical. Possibly transferred like One for All. Mentioned briefly in early Hero Commission archives, blacklisted term, and occasionally rumored in forum entries asking about ways to get a quirk if you don't have one. Allegedly used to take quirks but also give them? He scribbled down a new line. All Might says AFO was originally good. Is it possible to trust a power that's hated by nature? Nobody wants their quirk to be taken away. Is this the only chance I'll ever get? He hovered over the next line and then wrote, I'm tired of being quirkless. He stared at it for a long time, until he could no longer keep his eyes open and he passed out from exhaustion. He's laying in dark, murky water. A field of hands. A pale boy in tattered clothes staring at him with bloodshot eyes from the other side of the void. Behind the boy, dozens of shadows speak in one voice. He is not ready. Izuku JRKS awake in a sweat. Somewhere in a different city, far away, someone he doesn't know yet does the same. The hospital looked normal from the outside. Eerily so. All sorts of people walked in and out, going through their business like nothing was out of the ordinary. Well, maybe it wasn't for them, but it was something out of the norm for Izuku. It had been a week since All Might had offered his quirk to him. It had been 3 days since he had accepted the offer, and subsequently summoned to the Jaku General Hospital for the transfer. Getting there was a leap in itself. Izuku had never traveled outside Mizudafu, but he managed to get there on time, somehow. He checked his phone for the 10th time that day. 12 p.m., just as accorded. The automatic doors opened with a slow hiss as Izuku stepped in, his red sneakers squeaking faintly on the spotless linoleum. His heart was a jackhammer in his chest. Was it too late to back out? No, it would be rude to ditch All Might after he had trusted him with so many delicate secrets. Besides, Izuku had already gone through the trouble of getting here on his own. He couldn't let it go to waste. Then, maybe he could just ask All Might to give him one of the quirks he used to be a hero instead of All for One? No, that probably wouldn't work either. If All Might could just give out individual quirks, why wasn't that method used to distribute the quirks he had broadly instead of transferring everything to a single person? Though one could argue that AFO required exact matching conditions to avoid death. Izuku needed to stop mumbling so much. It was creepy and he didn't need any more reasons to stand out. He gulped and glanced over his shoulder at the street outside, the soft hum of the city life continuing without him. Mom doesn't even know where I am, he thought, his stomach twisting with guilt. He hadn't told Inko about this trip. He barely said goodbye before she left for work, lying about a study group for his upcoming high school entrance exam, unsure if she even believed him. He couldn't bear the look she'd give him if he told her the truth. Not fear she'd always feared for him, but sadness. That soft, quiet grief that came with the acceptance that Izuku would always chase after his dreams, even if it killed him. And this time it might. His feet stayed planted firmly on the floor. I could go home. I could forget this. I could live. But could I? He wasn't stupid, nor oblivious. He knew what the life expectancy for quirkless people was. He remembered Kaken's face mocking and cruel. The sludge villain's suffocating grip. The look of determination when All Might had turned to him and said, "You can be a hero." If he ran now, would All Might be disappointed? Would he take his words back? Would he stop believing in him? Izuku's chest ached as he walked forward. He found All Might in a narrow hallway, back in his skeletal form, leaning against the wall near a closed steel door. "You came," All Might said. His voice was low, tired. "I wasn't sure you would." Izuku tried to smile. "Me neither." All Might studied him for a long moment, then nodded toward the door. "Dr. Kyudai Garaki is ready for you." Izuku blinked. "Who?" "My friend. He's unconventional, but loyal. He's been preparing for this day longer than either of us have been alive." That didn't make Izuku feel any better, but he forced himself not to think about the implications of those words. All Might opened the door, and Izuku stepped into another world. The room beyond looked like a surgical theater designed by someone with too many secrets. Soft purple lighting cast eerie shadows across smooth metal equipment. Tubes pulsed quietly in the corners. A raised circular platform sat in the center of the room, with thin cables coiled around it like veins waiting to wake up. At a sleek control station nearby stood an elderly man with a round face, dark goggles, and the calm presence of someone who'd seen everything and stopped reacting to most of it. He looked oddly familiar, but Izuku couldn't figure out why. "Ah," he said, voice a murmur. "The new candidate." Izuku gave a shaky bow. "I'm Midoriya Izuku." Sir." Dr. Garaki's smile wasn't reassuring either. "Please step onto the platform." Izuku hesitated. "Is this going to hurt?" Garaki flicked a switch, the machinery humming to life. "Yes." Izuku lay back on the platform, and clamps hissed into place around his arms and ankles, not tight, but uncomfortably firm. Thin metal discs adhered to his temples. All Might stood nearby, looking pale but resolute. "If anything goes wrong." "Nothing will go wrong," Garaki said, already typing. The air shifted, the lights above dimming. "All Might," Garaki said. "Begin the transfer." All Might approached, and for a second, Izuku saw the same smile he'd grown up watching, trembling on a face carved by battle. "I'm proud of you," All Might said softly. Then he reached forward, pressed his palm to Izuku's forehead, and pushed. The transfer was painful. Not having an explosion blasted on his shoulder or having his head slammed onto his desk until his nose bled or being kicked into the ground while he tried to get back home after school kinda painful. It was flaring, breaking pain. In every limb, every muscle, every cell. Like every nerve in his body had been doused in lightning and then twisted. Izuku screamed, or tried to, but the sound stuck in his throat. He couldn't breathe. His back arched. His vision went white. And it wasn't just his body, it was his mind, too. Memories that weren't his flooded his brain. Flashes of power, of battles, of other people. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Screaming, laughing, begging, fading. He wasn't ready. "They're not mine, they're not mine, they're not. You're not ready. But we are here now." A voice like many voices, echoing through his skull. And then, "Open." His eyes rolled back. The world cracked in half. Izuku woke up to the slow, rhythmic beep of a heart monitor and the sharp, sterile smell of antiseptic. His head throbbed. Not just pain, this was something deeper. Like someone had taken a crowbar to his brain and pried open space that wasn't supposed to be there. His mouth was dry, his limbs were heavy, and he couldn't remember when he'd fallen asleep or if he had at all. Everything was loud. Not in sound, but in sensation. He could feel his own blood moving through his veins. The pulse behind his eyes. The crackle of something just under his skin, a static charge waiting to ground itself. He blinked at the ceiling. It was unfamiliar. Pale purple panels. Not his room. Not home. "That you're awake." He turned his head too fast, ow ow ow, and saw All Might, sitting beside the bed in a plain chair, no longer in his true form, but looking even more worn than before. His eyes were tired but warm. "You made it," All Might said softly. "We weren't sure you would." Izuku tried to speak. His voice came out as a croak. "That I did." "You did." He nodded slowly. "You stabilized after a few hours. Dr. Garaki says it was the cleanest sink he's ever seen. Your body is holding the quirk. And your mind to... So far." Izuku closed his eyes again. Those were supposed to be good news. But instead, all he could feel was the weight pressing down on his chest. Something vast and ancient curled up inside him now, still and watching. "You're not alone anymore," a whisper said. He flinched. "All Might," Izuku whispered. "What if I can't do it?" All Might didn't answer immediately. "What if I mess it up? Or lose control? What if it takes over? What if I'm not?" His voice cracked. "Not strong enough? You're scared," All Might said, gentle. "Good. You should be. It means you understand the weight of what you've accepted." Izuku looked at him, eyes blurry with tears. "But what if I'm not enough?" All Might leaned forward. "I was scared too when it was passed to me. Every wielder has been. We're not chosen for certainty, young Midoriya. We're chosen because even in doubt we act. We move forward." That helped, just a little. But then a new panic bloomed in Izuku's stomach. His eyes snapped wide. "What time is it?" All Might blinked. Nearly 9:30 p.m. He sat up too fast, ouch ouch ouch, and groaned, clutching his ribs. No. My mom, she's gonna freak. She thinks I was at a study group. I was supposed to be home for dinner. I didn't even, oh my god, I didn't text her. All Might rose, startled. Young Midoriya, please lie back down, you're not fully. I'm gonna be grounded until college. Or worse, she's gonna call the police. All Might blinked again. That I am the police. Technically. Izuku groaned, burying his face in his hands. You're not helping. A few minutes later, Izuku was still sitting up, hair a disaster, stress vomiting half-formed apology scripts under his breath. All Might stood by the door, holding a borrowed phone. I'll call her, he said gently. Let her know you're safe. That something came up. Explain as much as I can. Izuku peeked up. Don't tell her about the quirk. She'll cry, he said. And I can't. If she cries, I'll probably start crying and then we'll both cry and... All Might smiled, faint and fond. Understood. Once All Might left to make the call, Izuku lay back down, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. The hospital was quiet at that hour. But in his mind, something shifted. A distant sound, like a door creaking open. We see you. Izuku doesn't remember exactly what happened the day after he got AFO. Maybe it was dissociation as a means to protect his psyche, maybe it was his inability to live outside his head, but the end result was the same. He didn't remember what excuse All Might gave to his mom, nor the exact words that she used to scold him after she stopped crying because she thought he was dead in a ditch somewhere after he didn't come home. He didn't remember when his body stopped aching because of the quirk transfer. Oddly enough, he did remember that Dr. Garaki oddly resembled the doctor that diagnosed him as quirkless when he was 4, a few days after. Which might have been his mind playing tricks on him because he was pretty sure it was Dr. Ujiko who diagnosed him. Anyhow, what he also remembered was that All Might had offered to train him, suggesting they focus on one awakened quirk at a time, whichever manifested first. Izuku did want to get into UA after all, no matter how terrified as he was of the power simmering just beneath his skin. Unfortunately, that's as far as things went. All Might had no reference of what an awakening quirk should feel like, since he could use them right off the bat after getting AFO, so Izuku had no idea what to expect. Other than random pain flare-ups, of course. That part he would never get used to. As it turns out, it might have been a rash decision to transfer AFO into his entirely untrained teenage body. Dr. Garaki theorized his scrawniness was the reason he couldn't use any of the quirks to begin with, but whatever the truth behind it, the only solution was to make his body strong enough to handle at least one quirk before the UA entrance exam. It sounded pretty easy when it was said like that. In reality, it turned out to be messier than expected. Izuku's first quirk made itself known during a completely normal afternoon. He was halfway down the hill from his apartment, hoodie zipped up, grocery list in hand. It was a peaceful, sunny day. An old lady walked her Pomeranian dog that barked at passing clouds. For 5 whole minutes, it felt like the world had gone back to normal after the unpleasant experience that it was to inherit All for One. Then his arms started to itch. Not a normal itch, this one ran deep. It felt like something was crawling under the skin of his forearm. He scratched it absently, but it only made it worse. By the time he reached the sidewalk by the corner market, it felt like his bones were tingling and flexing as if they were trying to move on their own. "Oh no," he whispered. Something shifted under his shoulder blade. A sharp pop of pressure like a dislocated joint. Then another. He staggered, catching himself on a lamp post, fingers clawing at his sleeve. Shing! A jagged white spike shot out from his elbow, lancing 3 feet into the air with a wet snap of bone and muscle. Izuku screamed. The people nearby screamed louder. He bolted, groceries forgotten and his arms still searing the spear, that looked more like a drill than a spear, dragging behind him as he sprinted into an alley, heart pounding like thunder. His breath came in ragged bursts. "No, what the hell was that?" Another pop, his other elbow this time. He yelped, diving behind a dumpster, trying to hold his arms still. "You're panicking. That's not helping." The voice came from inside his head. Izuku froze. "Deep breaths, brat. It'll retract in a few minutes on its own, but only if you stop screaming." "Who?" "But, I suppose this is our first real conversation." The voice was male. Much calmer than what Izuku felt, and a little sardonic. "Shigaraki Zen. The first user of the quirk you're holding. Well, technically the second if you count my mother. Anyway, that thing just now? That was hers. Spear-like bones, triggered by instinct. You almost got flattened by a car back there and you didn't notice. Guess she's still trying to protect her grandkid by proxy. Even after death. Izuku was shaking. This isn't normal. None of this is normal. You did inherit all for one. It's not supposed to be normal. You're inside my head. You're dead. Well, I'm technically just a vestige. You unlocked me when the quirk activated. It doesn't happen, usually. Congratulations, I suppose? Izuku clutched his still protruding bone spike, horrified. This isn't what I wanted. Yeah. I said the same thing about war and losing half of my head, but here we are. Izuku added nothing else, putting all conscious effort into trying to breathe. It wasn't working nearly as well as he would have liked. Listen. I know this is freaky. I get it. This power might be painful, and sometimes, it will be ugly. But it's not evil. Not if you don't make it that way. Izuku bit his lip, fighting tears. I just wanted to be a hero. And I just wanted to keep my idiot little brother alive. Life tends to happen like that. The bones slowly retracted with a gritty grind back into his arm, leaving behind ragged holes in his hoodie and a dull, throbbing ache. You're not alone, Izuku. I'm here. Watching and helping if you'll let me. Izuku leaned back against the wall, exhausted. This was a mistake. A huge, horrible mistake. Maybe. But you chose it. So let's figure out how to live with it. All Might looked up from the training dummy he'd been patching together out of tires and old gym mats when he heard footsteps approaching through the alley. Young Midoriya. You made it. Wait, what happened to your... Izuku held up both arms, sleeves rolled up. Jagged holes and blood-crusted tears ran along the seams of his hoodie. I activated a quirk. Already? That's excellent news. Izuku looked deeply unenthused. Not really. Unless you think spontaneously growing bone drill-like spears from your elbows in public counts as excellent. Well, All Might said thoughtful. That won't look inherently heroic, I suppose. But Izuku pointed at him. No, but I am not putting spear-like bones into my UA application. That's asking to be blacklisted before I even get to do the exam. Now, hold on. I'm serious. He started pacing. Imagine the panel reads that and just goes, oh wow, look. A walking bioweapon. That seems perfectly safe for a high school setting. All Might raised a finger. Technically, it's not a normal high school setting. It's a high school for heroes. Do you know how many UA students have offensive bone protrusions as a quirk? What? And that's not even the point of his quirk, it's just a possibility depending on what he eats. Did you make a chart? Of course I did. What do you think I do with my time? All Might coughed politely. Study for the entrance exam? Izuku waved him off. No need for that. Point is, we should wait for another quirk. Preferably one that doesn't make civilians scream in fear. But also preferably before the entrance exam. All Might sighed and sat down on an overturned crate, smiling fondly. Back in my day, he said, I used a mix of borrowed quirks to fight crime. Airwalk, kinetic boost, hypertrophy, impact nullification. Izuku perked up. Wait, hypertrophy? Like muscle density expansion. Yes. It helped distribute the stress of enhanced impact. Otherwise I'd have shredded my legs by age 20. Okay, that one's kind of cool. All Might chuckled. It was a favorite. Izuku sat across from him, arms folded, still frowning. Then again, he muttered, you could argue that spear-like bones have tactical applications. If you're creative enough. Oh. All Might leaned in. What kind of applications? Izuku looked away. I dunno. Crowd control? Anchoring yourself on terrain? Blocking attacks? Maybe, and I'm not saying maybe you could modify your stance to create a rotating defense formation. All Might grinned. You've already planned a fighting style around it, haven't you? I was thinking of a theoretical emergency fallback maneuver, not. He trailed off, flushing. All Might laughed a genuine, booming sound. You're going to be fine, my boy. You may not like this quirk, but you're already treating it like a tool instead of an inconvenience. That's what makes a hero. Izuku looked down at his elbow, flexing the skin carefully. Maybe. I just wish the first one had been something a little less stabby. Izuku had been training with all might for a week now. Well, training was a generous term. Mostly it was him stabbing foam dummies with his own elbows, then apologizing to them. A lot. At some point he'd started naming them. Today they were working on reflex drills. Channeling the instinct before it flared. Which would have gone fine except Izuku slipped. One misstep on the gravel slope behind the old gym building, and he was falling, headfirst toward a concrete wall. Sheet. Then his chest pulled a sudden flex of pressure like something coiling inside his diaphragm, and his hands flew out on instinct. Boom. A shockwave exploded from his palms, flinging him backward like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard. He rolled and then groaned. All Might sprinted over, wide-eyed. Young Midoriya. Are you wait? Was that? Izuku coughed, blinking up at the clear sky. I think I just air-punched a wall. Back inside, they sat on overturned crates again. Izuku nursed a sports drink. His teal hoodie was singed at the sleeves. He was running out of excuses for his mom as to why his sports clothes kept disappearing. All Might looked like someone had just told him Santa Claus was real. Air cannon, he said, almost reverently. That was air cannon, I'd bet anything. It's powerful but stable. Good for keeping enemies at a distance, redirecting momentum, very versatile. Wait, really? It's actually useful? Very. He sat up straighter. And it won't make me look like a murderer? Not immediately. Izuku groaned. Close enough. He opened his notebook later that night and flipped past the now-abandoned spear-like bones entry, now labeled with a shaky red, maybe not. Underneath he wrote, New quirk, air cannon potential primary quirk for UA entrance exam. Directional burst from palms. Pressure-based. Not visibly threatening. Looks like a ranged attack. Could be passed off as a minor propulsion type? Tactical options. Mobility, blast jumps. Destruction, robot limbs. Area control, pushing enemies back. Unstable aim. Knockback hurts. Needs gloves. Big gloves. Can't use around glass, or windows. Or humans. Probably. He leaned back, smiling faintly. Finally. Nice pick, Zen said idly from the back of his mind. Clean and flashy. Makes you look competent. Even Yoichi would have approved. He was obsessed with presentation. Thanks, Izuku muttered. Don't tell me how my arch-nemesis feels about it. You're the one who chose to inherit this, brat. It's a package deal. He groaned and stuffed his face into his pillow. The form stared back at him from the UA application portal. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Nothing to hide about his identity, per se. He hesitated. His fingers hovered nervously over the keyboard. Air cannon, he typed, and then immediately regretted capitalizing it like a brand name, even if that was usually the norm when it came to quirk registry. There was a box below. Quirk description, please be as specific as possible. He sighed. Directional burst of air pressure emitted from palms. Unstable at high output. Currently in early stages of control development. That wasn't so hard. And it was honest. Sort of. Then came the worst part. Date of quirk manifestation. Izuku stared at that one for a full minute. He could lie and say, age 4, like a normal kid. But what if they cross-referenced it? He couldn't do a whole lot to interfere with the government database or the quirk registry, and neither could any of All Might's friends. For being the #1 pro hero, Izuku had found out All Might had plenty of those so-called friends. Sure, they mostly came along with the quirk, but it was still iffy. He glanced at the fake copy of his childhood medical file quietly delivered in an unmarked envelope by Dr. Garaki earlier that week. It had a forged entry around age 6, quirk, delayed manifestation, possible wind manipulation, dormant. Conclusion, quirk has not matured. Reevaluation recommended by age. It wasn't ironclad, but it was something. He typed, age 14 dormant quirk previously believed to be non-functional. Manifested under stress. Again, at least the last part was true. Somewhat. Izuku submitted the form and closed the laptop without bothering to turn it off. If he didn't think about it, it didn't exist. Yup. That totally worked. The first time Izuku used air cannon in front of other kids his age, it was in a training facility mock test, just a simple target course. His palms smoked a little, the air shuddering with each shot. He'd been practicing for months now, and he'd been proud of the results. Until he heard the all-too-familiar voice from behind him. Deku. Izuku flinched. Katsuki was standing there, arms crossed, expression unreadable to most, but his eye twitched just enough to show it. Rage tightly packed. Izuku tried to smile. Hey, Kaken. What the hell is that quirk? It's, called air cannon. Don't play dumb with me. I'm not. You shoot explosions from your hands now? No. I mean, yes? But it's not like yours. It's compressed air, not. Katsuki stepped closer. You had nothing. And now you've got a quirk that looks like mine. How convenient. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed. What could he even say to that? I didn't choose it, Kaken. It just happened. No, you hid it. You've been pretending to be quirkless your whole life. And now suddenly you've got your own flashy hand cannon? You think that makes you better than me? Now. Izuku's stomach dropped. What? I've never, Kaken. I don't want to compete with you. You couldn't beat me if you tried, Katsuki snarled. You think just because you've finally caught up, you get to act like we're equals? He leaned in. You're still Deku. Don't forget that. And then he walked off, leaving behind the faint scent of sweat and scorched pride. The gym had gone quiet after sundown. Most of the makeshift targets had been obliterated beyond repair, and Izuku was sweeping up scorched foam chunks with a half-bent broom. All Might sat nearby on a crate, sipping from a thermos and watching the stars peek out one by one through the cracked ceiling above them. Izuku's palms were still tingling from overuse. He kept flexing his fingers, half expecting sparks or bone spears to pop out. Thankfully, nothing did. Eventually, All Might broke the silence. You handled yourself well today. Izuku shrugged without turning around. Didn't feel like it? You didn't vaporize anything by accident. Is that the new standard? He muttered. All Might hummed. Progress is progress. Izuku leaned the broom against the wall and slumped down beside it, crossing his arms over his knees. His voice was quiet when he finally spoke again. Kaken saw me use the quirk. All Might didn't respond immediately. He cornered me after the exercise and asked what it was. He said I was copying him. He drew in a shaky breath. I've been lying. Pretending to be quirkless all my life. That I just hid it until now so I could look special. All Might's brow furrowed. That's not true. He doesn't know what you've been through. I know, Izuku said quickly. I know that. But it's not about whether he's right. He stared down at his hands, the memory still raw. It's the way he said it. Like, no matter what I do, I'm still that useless kid who got in the way. Even now. With a quirk. With everything. All Might didn't speak, letting the words hang in the air for a while. Izuku continued, softer and almost ashamed. Part of me wonders if he is right. If I am cheating. Like I skipped the line. I don't want him to hate me. All Might finally stood and crossed the space between them, crouching to meet Izuku's eyes. Young Midoriya, he said. You didn't steal this power. You earned it. You risked your life and still had the heart to hesitate when power was offered to you. That's not theft. But young Bakugo is angry because he senses it too. That something about you has changed. That you're growing in ways he can't predict. And fear, he smiled gently, fear tends to look a lot like hatred when we're young. Izuku swallowed hard. I'm afraid, he said quietly. All Might sat beside him with a tired grunt. So was I. They were quiet for a few minutes. Then All Might added, you may not win him over. Not now and not soon. But people come around if you let your actions speak. Izuku nodded slowly, chewing the inside of his cheek. I still want to be a hero, he said at last. All Might smiled. Then that's enough. A cool breeze swept through the gym, rustling the tarp they'd hung as a makeshift wall. Somewhere outside, a train passed, its horn long and mournful in the dark. Izuku closed his eyes and let the sound pass through him. Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 8 Days until UA Entrance Exam. Quirk, Air Cannon Status. Improved Stability. I can now fire 3 directional bursts in succession before my wrists start to burn. Power output increased slightly. Range control still shaky. Wearing reinforced gloves helps distribute recoil force. Might need better ones soon. All Might says we can ask for them with the support gear course. Quirk, Spear-like Bone Status. Dormant, thankfully. Last activation 11 days ago. Muscle aches have mostly stopped. I think I can summon it manually now if I focus. But I haven't tested that theory yet. Do I even want to? Vestige activity. Nothing new. Zen hasn't said much this week. Just the occasional watch your footing or aim left. Still weird having a dead guy in my skull, but he's kind of helpful? In a sarcastic ghost sense. Worry number 1, big. No new quirks have emerged. I was told this quirk holds many. So far I've got 2. One that explodes air. One that explodes me. All Might says it's normal. That the others will awaken when I'm ready. But I don't know what ready feels like. The first 2 came out of stress. Panic and high adrenaline. I almost got flattened by a car, then thrown headfirst into a wall. If that's the common trigger, what happens if the wrong quirk awakens at the wrong time? What if I'm halfway through the entrance exam, surrounded by other kids, and suddenly sprout lasers from my face or teleport into a wall? I've tried Googling all for one side effects, but that just got me conspiracy threads and a fan wiki about how All Might is secretly an alien. No help. Zen isn't offering clues. He said quirks are like seeds. Some grow slowly, some are waiting for the right soil. Cryptic century-old ghost nonsense. He also said one day someone would call me outdated, too, as he felt offended when I called him old. At this rate, I doubt I'll need to worry about that. Izuku put down his pen momentarily. He wasn't even sure he wanted more quirks right now. 2 were already too many. But he had a feeling he didn't get a vote in the matter. Worry number 2, smaller, but persistent. Kaken's gonna be at the exam too. He looked at me like I was a stranger. Worse, like I was cheating. I don't think there's anything I can do to convince him otherwise. Conclusions. Keep training. Avoid near-death experiences. Don't awaken a surprise quirk in the middle of the UA exam. Try to survive. Also, buy a new notebook. Izuku lay on his back, blanket pulled up to his chin, eyes wide open as the ceiling stared back blank and still, save for the soft ripple of passing car headlights that slanted across the room. It was almost midnight. His alarm was set for 6. He was supposed to be sleeping. He shifted under the covers. He tried counting backwards from 100, focusing on his breath in a 4 to 6 second pattern, then 6, 7, 8, but nothing proved useful to fall asleep. He tried not thinking about the fact that his entire future was dependent on a single high-stakes physical trial he wasn't sure he was qualified to take. A creak from down the hall told him his mom had finally gone to bed. She'd asked him earlier if he was nervous, and he'd smiled and said, "No, I feel ready." It had been a lie. Silently, he rolled out of bed, grabbed his hoodie off the chair, and slipped on his red sneakers. He moved carefully step by step, pausing every time the floorboards threatened to betray him. Out the door, down the stairs, onto the quiet, cool sidewalk. The streets of Mizudafu were mostly asleep. A few shops still had their lights on. A DLVY bike zipped past on the far corner. Somewhere, a dog barked at nothing. Izuku walked to the old park near the train station, the one with the busted swing set and overgrown hedges. The park where he used to play with Kaken when they were kids, when Izuku didn't have a quirkless status, that is. No one was ever there this late, which made it perfect. He stepped into the sandpit and stretched his arms out. "Okay," he muttered, bouncing on his heels. "Just a little warm-up. Nothing crazy. Nothing that breaks public property." He fired a low air cannon at the empty jungle gym. It rattled slightly. A pigeon flapped out of the nearby slide in protest. Izuku sighed and sat down on the edge of the sandbox, hands pressed against his knees, trying to stop them from shaking. "This is stupid. I trained. I practiced. I'm not going to freeze. I'm not going to mess it up. But the thoughts were already boiling in his skull. What if I miss a shot and hit another student? What if a new quirk triggers mid-exam and it's something dangerous and someone gets hurt? He gripped his hair. Stop it, he whispered. Don't think, don't think, don't think. You're spiraling. The voice slipped in like a shadow behind his thoughts, warm and exasperated. Zen, Izuku muttered. Don't start. You're panicking under a jungle gym like the fate of the world depends on a school acceptance letter. I'd call that a good moment to start. I'm trying to clear my head. Try harder. You're going to hyperventilate and pass out in front of a plastic dinosaur. Izuku groaned and flopped backward into the sand. Zen went quiet for a minute. Then, not quite unexpectedly. You know what I was doing when I was 15? Izuku squinted up at the stars. Stealing food and running from angry adults? Zen paused. Oh yes. But also fending off private military groups hired by the government who wanted to dissect me and my brother. It was a fun time. That's supposed to make me feel better? I'm merely offering perspective. Great. So if I fail tomorrow, at least I won't be hunted by the government. Not yet anyway. Well, thanks. More silence. It's not that Zen had run out of things to say, rather, he was thinking, filtering through too many thoughts to pick just one. I get it, you know. Izuku blinked. Get what? The pressure. You're stepping into something you don't understand with the weight of a power you didn't ask for, trying to prove yourself to people who already made up their minds about you. Izuku turned his head slightly. It's not fair, Zen said. It wasn't fair for me, and it's not fair for you. But sometimes you don't get fairness. You just have to make the best of it. He hesitated. So, go ahead and show them what you are. Not what they expect. Izuku blinked a few times, feeling a lump rise in his throat unexpectedly. Was that encouragement? Zen scoffed. Don't get used to it. Izuku sat up slowly, brushing sand off his sleeves. He looked at his hands, then toward the dim city skyline. I don't want to screw this up. Then don't. That's your advice? I'm not a therapist, brat. I'm the ghost of a vigilante. Izuku stood up. He stretched his arms, took a breath, then aimed a palm at the slide and fired again. This time, the blast was clean, no whiplash. Just the quiet tum of controlled pressure. He smiled. Just a little. Then he turned and started walking home, shoes crunching lightly on the gravel path. The first thing Izuku thought when he saw UA in person was, this is real. It loomed ahead like a city within a city, polished stone, reinforced windows, dozens of side buildings and training facilities stretching into the horizon like something out of a sci-fi movie. The front gates alone were more intimidating than half the pro-hero agencies Izuku had charted in his notebooks. Students clustered in groups along the path, chattering nervously. Most were in some version of their school uniform. A few had already changed into workout gear. He saw someone stretch their limbs 3 meters in the air like noodles. Someone else was levitating a pen in midair while studying flashcards. Izuku stood there for a second too long, gaping. These could be my classmates. This is where I'm supposed to belong. His stomach twisted with nerves. All Might's voice echoed faintly in the back of his mind. You've trained for this. You're ready. He tightened his grip on his backpack, drew a breath, and stepped forward. And promptly tripped over his own shoelace. Ah! He stumbled, forward momentum tilting him hard toward the pavement. When something unseen caught him mid-fall. He blinked. His body had stopped moving, but his feet weren't on the ground. He flailed in the air. Was this another quirk? How was he? Oh no. Sorry, I saw you fall and I just... A girl stood a few paces ahead, one hand held out, fingers spread. Her brown hair was pulled back into a little puff of a ponytail, and she wore a similar uniform blazer like he did, sleeves rolled neatly to her elbows. She was smiling bright and apologetic, cheeks slightly flushed. I just didn't want you to fall down before the exam. It would be really bad luck. She tapped her fingertips together. Suddenly gravity returned. Izuku's feet thumped gently back to the ground. He stumbled again, caught himself, and looked up in shock. .0 gravity, he said. The girl blinked. Oh, yeah, that's my quirk. How do you know about it? Izuku's mouth opened, then closed. Then it opened again, with as much grace as a fish gasping for air outside water. As a guest, it seems like it would be super efficient for urban rescues. You could nullify impact trauma and reduce fall risk by, like, 80%. And you could technically use it to support entire structures in a pinch if you have the stamina. He stopped, face turning pink. The girl laughed. Not mockingly, like Izuku was used to, just surprised and kind. Wow. You talk really fast. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. She held out her hand. I'm Uraraka Achiko. Izuku reached out reflexively to shake it and stopped halfway. Because for a split second, just a second, his brain did something awful. It traced the outline of her hand, imagined the flow of her quirk activation, the reflexive neural pathways that made it work. Thought about what it might feel like to take that power. To have it. To keep it. What a useful quirk, his mind whispered. You could do lots of things with that. He froze. The handshake hovered in the air, uncompleted. Hello. Uraraka said gently. Izuku blinked hard. Shoved the thought down, like trash in a too-full bin. He forced his hand forward and shook hers, smiling too fast. I'm Midoriya. Izuku. Sorry. Pre-exam jitters. She smiled. Same here. He let go quickly, his palms sweaty. That wasn't me, he told himself. I don't think like that. I've never thought like that. But the truth was, it hadn't felt foreign. That moment of analysis and want. It had slotted into his brain like it had always been there, waiting. And that scared him more than the entrance exam ever could. Zen didn't say anything in his head. Neither did anyone else. But Izuku could feel a weight under his skin. Something watching and waiting. He adjusted his backpack and walked through the gates beside Uraraka. His hands were cold. The auditorium was enormous. Rows upon rows of desks stretched into the distance like a nightmare made of scantrons and fluorescent lights. Massive support beams crisscrossed the ceiling like ribs. Digital clocks ticked ominously on giant wall panels. Izuku found his assigned seat halfway down the right wing. Seat 2234B. Which was, unfortunately, directly beside 2233B. Katsuki Bakugo slumped into the chair next to him with all the serenity of a grenade rolling downhill. Their eyes met for exactly half a second. Katsuki scoffed and looked away. Great, Izuku thought. I'm going to die of either stress or spontaneous combustion before the first test even starts. He forced his gaze forward. Proctors handed out thick packets with mechanical precision. One called for silence. Another clicked a stopwatch. The exam began. Izuku scanned the first page, pencil already in hand. Logic puzzles, math grids and the like. He'd prepped for this, it was his element. The written portion was supposed to be the easy part. But as he reached question 5, something flickered. A buzz in his ears, no, underneath them. Radio static hummed against his skull. He looked up and it hit him all at once. It wasn't just stress. It was the people. So many people. So many quirks. The girl 2 rows ahead had a scent to her, chemical and sharp. Her sweat glands were hyperactive. Triggered by adrenaline. A hormonal-based buff quirk? The guy to his left had reinforced cartilage around his joints. Izuku could feel it, like pressure knots just beneath the skin. Probably enhanced jumping. He'd be great at evasive maneuvers. There was someone with internal combustion heat centers 2 rows back. The air warped faintly near their neck. Another student had subtle electromagnetic pulses crawling across his fingertips. Sensor quirk? Tracking? It didn't stop. Everywhere he looked he knew. Somehow. Not visually, intuitively. As if their quirks were whispering to him through layers of muscle and bone. His heart began to race. He gripped his pencil tighter, hand shaking. What is this? Why can I feel them like this? It's never been this strong before. A voice echoed faintly inside his head. Quirk resonance. Sensory bleed-through. It happens sometimes when you're surrounded by too many active signatures. Don't pass out, it'd be embarrassing. Zen, Izuku thought, panic tightening his throat. Why now? Because you decided to take a test in a quirk bomb field. You're tuned in like a raw nerve. That's not exactly my fault. I'm fine, Izuku whispered under his breath, eyes darting across the page. I just need to focus. I can do this. He couldn't. The question read, Q13. In a crowd control scenario involving 2 fire-type quirks and 1 hydro-type, how would a support team? But Izuku's brain had latched onto the term fire-type, and suddenly he was feeling the kid 3 seats over who smelled like propane. His skin practically itched with it. Kaken's elbow bumped his. Izuku flinched. You twitch one more time and I'm blowing your chair off the floor, Katsuki hissed. Izuku didn't respond. He was too busy trying not to catalog his quirk again. Not trace the combustion nodes along his forearms. Not analyze it. Not want it. Stop it. Stop it. His pencil snapped in his hand. He jolted upright. A few heads turned. A proctor glanced over. Izuku closed his eyes and breathed through his nose. Breathe in. Zen's voice was quieter now, with less of a snide to it. More neutral. Listen to me, you are not all for one. You're a kid with a loaded gun for a brain. It's not the same thing. Izuku unclenched his fist. Just finish the test. Think later. He opened his eyes. Picked up his spare pencil. Forced his gaze back to the questions. Don't look down, don't look around, and don't look at anyone's hands. He answered one question. Then another. Eventually, the test ended. The moment the written exam ended, the auditorium exploded into motion. Desks screeched back, bags zipped open. Students swarmed the aisles like someone had flipped a switch and released a herd of over-caffeinated animals. Izuku stood frozen for a second, clutching his test packet with trembling fingers. His mind still buzzed from the aftershock of quirk perception overload. It had dulled slightly, a high-pitched tone finally fading, but everything still felt loud. There were too many bodies, too much energy, too many quirks humming faintly under the skin. He needed air. He ducked out of the aisle, dodging a student with retractable arms and narrowly avoiding someone trying to balance 3 energy drinks in one hand. Once out in the hallway, he leaned against the wall and took a breath. Just breathe. The hard part is over. You made it through the exam. No one died. You did fine. His body disagreed. His heartbeat was still in high alert mode. His palms itched with nervous static, and there was that faint sense like something in his core was stirring restlessly. Get it together, he muttered. A blur of motion flashed to his right. Pardon me. Coming through. Please be mindful of the corridor flow. Izuku barely turned in time before a boy with glasses and engines bursting out of his calves skidded to a stop inches from his face. His arms were ramrod straight. His posture was perfect. You there, the boy said, voice formal and unnecessarily loud. Green hair. You were the one mumbling in the auditorium before the exam began, weren't you? Izuku blinked. I don't think I. Unacceptable, the boy cut in. You were distracting your peers with unnecessary vocalization. In an exam environment, no less. I wasn't talking to anyone. That's worse. The boy adjusted his glasses, and the lenses flashed ominously. I am Ida Tenya, from Semi-Private Academy. Top of my class. And I do not believe you were acting in accordance with proper academic etiquette. Izuku stared at him, blankly. Did I think I was having a panic attack? That stopped Ida cold. Oh, he said. They stood there in silence for a moment. I apologize, Ida said stiffly. I often lead with protocol. It's a character flaw. Izuku gave a small nod. It's fine. I wasn't at my best either. Ida cleared his throat. Are you all right now? You're not going to panic again, are you? Mid-practical test. Izuku offered a weak smile. I'll try not to. Good. Ida brightened, stepping back and offering a bow that was just a little too fast. Then I'll see you at the starting zones. And with that, he revved his engines literally and vanished down the hallway with a trail of faint exhaust smoke. Izuku watched him go. What was that? Zen's voice echoed faintly in his head. Definitely a vest-wearing cop in training. Watch your 6. Izuku took one last breath, shook out his arms, and started toward the locker rooms to change into his exam gear. The physical exam was next, and his brain was already starting to buzz again. Izuku had a plan. He'd mapped it out for weeks. Air cannon in moderate bursts. Focus on immobilizing bots, not destroying them outright. No overexertion. No showing the other quirk. No spiking anything from his elbows. He even had gloves for extra grip, with pressure-absorbent palms. Stylish enough to not look like medical gear. Everything was going fine until it wasn't. The outdoor arena was massive 5 blocks of simulated city, all twisting steel towers and crumbling concrete ruins. Smoke generators hissed from hidden vents. This was it. Izuku stood at the edge of the combat zone in his reinforced gym uniform, fingers twitching at his sides. 10 minutes, one chance. Don't explode. Don't panic. Don't awaken anything weird. There were fewer students here than in the written exam. Everyone was spread out, pacing and stretching or whispering strategies. No one seemed interested in talking to him, which, frankly, was a relief. He bounced on his heels, did a few breathing drills, and whispered to himself, "You don't need another quirk. You have 2. That's already above average. You are not under pressure. You are under a very normal, manageable amount of terror. Okay, start. Well, do you think there's any countdowns in a real battlefield? Go." Huh? Everyone rushed towards the simulation area at the same time that robots poured from the far ends of the arena. 2-pointers, 1-pointers, a few 3s rumbling through back alleys like mini-tanks. Izuku moved fast. He blasted the legs out from a 1-pointer with a clean air cannon shot. It toppled with a satisfying clang. His pulse surged. 2-pointer around the corner. Elbows raised. Focus. Another shot. He kept going, ducking behind wrecked cars, launching bursts of compressed air at the robot's limbs. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. Mostly. But every shot left his wrists sore. Every dodge chipped away at his stamina. And with every passing minute, the competition thinned the robot supply. The other students were terrifyingly efficient. Izuku got maybe 20 points total. Not bad. Not amazing. If this is my peak, I might not make the cut. He bent over, panting slightly, trying to ignore the weight pressing in at the edges of his mind. That familiar buzz was building again. The one he was trying very hard not to notice. Don't stress. You're doing fine. Fine is enough. Then the ground shook. A shadow swallowed the far end of the arena. Izuku looked up and froze. The 0-pointer towered over the rooftops like a skyscraper that hated children. Its metal limbs smashed through buildings with ease. Smoke billowed from its shoulders. It didn't even look like it belonged in a test. It looked like it was here to end civilization. Why is it so big if it's worth 0 points? His brain screamed. The rest of students scattered like ants. No one was stupid enough to fight it. Neither was he. I'm out. Forget it. I'm not gonna throw bones or air at that thing. He turned, already backing away until he heard the shout. Help! He whipped around. A building had collapsed, leaving rubble all over the place. There was a figure pinned beneath a broken support beam. Arm outstretched, face pale. Uraraka. 0 gravity. Oh no, he whispered. The 0-pointer was lumbering straight toward her. Every rational part of him said, run. Get away. You won't win. But just like that time with the slug villain, his legs didn't listen. They moved on their own. Before he realized what he was doing, Izuku was sprinting across cracked pavement, dodging debris, shoving past a crumpled wall. His hands sparked, but even he knew air cannon wouldn't help. His bones rattled from the inside out just from the last few blasts. He couldn't take another shot. Not one big enough to matter. He was too slow. Too late. He halted near her, breath ragged. Hang on. I've got something, I think. But I don't. I don't have anything strong enough. I can't lift this. I can't. A shimmer flickered around them, faint but growing. Like heat haze, but brighter and denser. It curved in a half-dome over his body and hers, glowing faintly blue at the edges. The ground trembled as the 0-pointer advanced and one of its massive metal limbs came crashing down. The world jolted. The impact hit the force shield and held just barely. Cracks spider-webbed through the light. Izuku's head swam. I can't, he hissed through his teeth. Blood dripped from his nose, the shield wavering. I'm not strong enough. Move. He saw a blur of motion from the corner of his eye, then felt a hand placed on his shoulder. Ida Tenya came to a stop beside him, engine sputtering. His glasses were slightly askew, but his grip was steady. "I'm here to assist." Izuku blinked up at him. "I can't move her. The shield's new, I don't know how long I can keep it up." "Then don't move it," Ida said, crouching down. "I'll move you." "What?" "No, I can't leave." "I'm not leaving him either," Uraraka added weakly. She pushed past her limit to lift the support beam barely enough to squeeze out of the debris. She sat up, trembling, one hand over her stomach. "If we work together, we can make it. I'll make him float just enough to reduce the weight. You carry us." Ida hesitated. "But engines aren't optimized for load-bearing sprint." "You can do it," Izuku muttered. "You're a top student, right?" Uraraka reached out and touched Izuku's arm. Her fingers felt like ice. He felt the tug of weightlessness pull at his limbs. The force shield stayed steady. Ida adjusted his stance. "Then hold tight. I will not falter." The robot raised another arm and they ran. Or rather, Ida ran, every engine on his legs firing at full capacity, steam billowing as his muscles strained. Uraraka clung to him with one hand, the other still pressed to Izuku. Izuku hovered just enough to take the edge off his weight, the force shield flickering around them like a bubble under stress. Every second stretched into eternity. One misstep, one flicker of concentration that was all it would take to break the frail balance of their strategy. It wasn't even a matter of if but of when and who would falter first. Ida gritted his teeth. Uraraka was shaking. Izuku's vision blurred. His arms trembled. The zero-pointer lunged forward. Almost. A siren blared. "Stop. Exam terminated." All at once, the robot froze. The engines died and the arena went still. Ida stopped abruptly and collapsed to one knee, gasping. Uraraka immediately rolled off, vomiting into a pile of rubble. Izuku's shield dropped. His body hit the ground. His eyes fluttered, as if he thought, and then everything went black. Yoichi didn't hear Zen's footsteps as he approached. The comic book in his lap was bent in the middle where he'd been clutching it too tight, the pages worn from rereading. There was a panel on the left-hand side, his favorite. A hero mid-leap, hair flying behind him, cloak snapped like a banner. He had just saved a family from a crumbling building, holding the ceiling up with one arm while 3 people ran underneath. Yoichi's lips moved as he mouthed the dialogue. He always did that when he thought his brother wasn't watching. "Don't thank me. Just get to safety." Then a shape moved in the corner of his eye. He glanced up. Zen stood in the doorway, a murky liquid dripping off the edge of his hood. His shoulders were hunched from the weight of something heavy tucked under his jacket. "A sack with supplies, probably." Yoichi lit up. "Did you find more food?" he asked, folding the comic shut carefully. "I didn't eat what we had left. It's still in the can. I was waiting for you." Zen didn't answer right away. He was watching Yoichi with that weird look again, part curious, part distant, like he was trying to memorize something he wasn't sure he'd get to keep. Yoichi patted the floor next to him. "You can sit. It's warm here." The older boy stepped forward, boots squelching slightly, and dropped the sack with a heavy thud. The sound echoed in the hollow classroom walls. He sat down beside Yoichi, not close enough to touch, but close enough that the younger boy could see it now. Blood, dried and fresh, streaked across his temple and smeared down his cheekbone. Yoichi's breath hitched. Not because of the blood, but because there wasn't a visible mark on Zen. He probably wanted to ask, whose it is. He didn't. Instead, he looked for the rag they used to clean their wounds. Despite their best attempts to keep it in good condition, it was gray and fraying at the edges now. "You got hurt," he said, forcing a smile. Let me clean it." Zen didn't move as Yoichi dabbed at his skin. The blood had started to crust, and Yoichi's hands trembled slightly when it wouldn't come off right away. He pressed harder, even though he knew it'd sting, even though there was no wound. "Be more careful next time," he said softly. "You always say I should be careful. But you're the one who comes back all banged up." Zen still didn't answer, but his eyes flicked down to the comic book beside them. He nodded at it. "What's it about?" Yuichi perked up. Oh, it's Captain Hero. Look, he's got this power where he can hold buildings up like they weigh nothing. He rescues people like all the time. Not just the good ones either. Even the ones who used to be villains. He says everyone deserves a second chance. Zen made a soft sound. It might have been a laugh. Yuichi didn't look up. He kept talking, voice bright, hopeful. He reminds me of you. He looked up again, cloth still in hand. The blood hadn't come off completely. But his brother looked cleaner and calmer. Why? Yuichi hesitated, then shrugged. Because you always come back. And you always save me, no matter how hard it is. The older boy leaned back against the wall, eyelids heavy and dark bags under his eyes. Do you think I can be a hero too? He dared to ask. Zen frowned, and even though he thought about it for a while, he didn't confirm nor deny in the end. Yuichi turned back to the comic. He didn't go back to reading it. Instead, he glanced at the streak of red on the rag and carefully folded it so he wouldn't have to see it anymore. Izuku woke up in a hospital bed, again. He had the vague feeling he had a weird dream in the time he was out, but couldn't exactly recall what. His arms were sore, his head was pounding, and his mouth tasted like metal. He turned his head with effort, and 4 dripped into his arm. There were faint bruises along his wrists where his gloves had dug in. He blinked groggily. All Might sat in a chair near the window, hunched awkwardly in his smaller form, a takeout cup of coffee in his hands. He looked up and smiled. Young Midoriya. Welcome back. Did I pass out? Just a little, All Might said lightly. Though you did give the emergency responders quite a scare. Izuku winced. Is Uraraka okay? What about Ida? They're both fine, albeit exhausted. Some vomiting, some cramping, but they'll be discharged tomorrow. You, on the other hand, nearly gave yourself a seizure trying to maintain a quirk you've had for, 5 minutes. Izuku looked down at his hands. After a moment, he whispered, Is this what it's going to be like? Every time I get overwhelmed, some new quirk just explodes out of me? All Might didn't answer right away. I don't know, he admitted. No one aside from me held all for one this long without becoming a monster. I wish I could tell you what to expect. I wish, he stopped. I wish I could have guided you better. Izuku peeked out from the blanket. This isn't your fault. It's not yours either, All Might said, his voice firm. Remember that. Izuku nodded faintly. He felt like someone had sandpapered the inside of his skull. Am I in trouble? For the shield? Not from me, All Might said. We'll figure something out for the paperwork. 1 quirk on record is easier than 3. Izuku snorted weakly. All Might reached out and patted his shoulder. Rest now. We'll talk more when you're feeling better. You did good, young Midoriya. Really? Izuku closed his eyes. For a little while, he let himself believe it. The envelope was heavier than expected. Izuku sat on the couch, his knees bouncing, fingers twitching nervously around the edges. It was thick and official-looking, stamped with the UA crest in embossed red. His mother had cried when it arrived. She was now pacing in the kitchen, pretending not to hover. He stared at the seal. You probably didn't make it, a voice in his head whispered. You're too average. Too unstable. He breathed in, then out, and opened the envelope. A small disc slid into his palm. What? It activated with a soft chime. Light flared and a hologram projected into the air above the coffee table. The shape solidified into a familiar towering figure, beaming wide with a peace sign held high. I am here. Coming to you live and direct with your UA entrance exam results. Izuku gawked. The All Might hologram laughed warmly. Young Midoriya. That was quite the performance, wasn't it? A bit rough around the edges, but what you lacked in polish you more than made up for in instinct, determination, and above all a heroic heart. Izuku flushed. Now, the hologram continued, flicking to a projection of score charts, while your villain points were on the modest side 21. To be exact, your rescue points were among the highest we've seen this year. Izuku's eyes widened. 50 points, All Might said proudly. For risking your life not only to protect another student, but for inspiring others to act alongside you. True heroism isn't measured in destruction but in the lives you choose to protect. In the background, Izuku could hear his mom crying again. Louder this time. So, as of today, Midoriya Izuku, you are officially accepted into the heroics department at UA High School. The hologram gave him a thumbs up so enthusiastic it practically knocked the projection off kilter. Congratulations, my boy. And welcome to your next great adventure. The light dimmed and the projection faded. Izuku sat very still, then let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding for 3 days. He smiled to himself. For the first time since 10 months ago, it didn't feel forced. Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume Entry Number 1, New Quirk, Force Shield. Origin: Unknown, awakened during the UA Practical Entrance Exam. Classification: Emission Barrier Type. Type: Active. Current status: Stable but inconsistent under pressure. Can be summoned reflexively. Basic description: Force Shield manifests as a translucent kinetic barrier projected from my forearms. It can deflect physical force, blunt trauma, and redirect certain projectiles. The shield is semi-flexible and expands or contracts depending on focus intention. It has an almost gel-like edge and gives off a faint shimmer when active. Initial activation: triggered under extreme stress and protective instinct when a villain robot threatened Uraraka during the entrance exam. Need to review footage, if possible, to study form expansion speed. I didn't know what I was doing, but it felt instinctual. Strengths: can absorb or redirect heavy impacts. Activates quickly, especially under emotional stress. Potential for combo use with mobility tactics, bounce. Transparent: doesn't obscure vision. Weaknesses: limited duration, begins to flicker after 5 seconds of continuous pressure. Strains forearms and shoulder joints. Causes nosebleeds if its weight limit is exceeded. Doesn't fully block heat or energy-based attacks. May not cover entire body unless expanded, still working on that. Potential uses: redirect enemy force, turn defense into offense. Protect civilians during evacuations. Combine with momentum quirks or gadgets for rebounding techniques. Ultimate move potential? Needs more testing. Personal notes: if I can learn to control this without panicking, maybe I can finally do some good. Real good. Also, this is the first quirk entry in my new notebook. Kaken kinda destroyed the last one, but I had been holding on to it because it had All Might's autograph. It still hurts, but starting fresh is good. It has to be. The ticking of the wall clock sounded louder than it had any right to. Izuku sat ramrod straight, hands folded in his lap, trying to ignore how clammy his palms felt. His pulse hadn't slowed since they were called in. Beside him, Bakugo Katsuki looked like a grenade with the pin half pulled. His arms were crossed, and he refused to meet anyone's eyes. The principal's words rang hollow in the air between them. Congratulations to both of you on passing the UA entrance exam. It's not every year we have 2 students from Aldera make it into the hero course. Truly impressive. Izuku managed a small nod. Thank you. Katsuki said nothing. The moment they were dismissed, he stood up sharply, chair legs screeching against the floor. He stalked out without looking back. Izuku waited 5 seconds before following. He should have gone straight home. He knew it. He told himself to take the main road. But Izuku still ended up near the back of the school, near the stairs that led out through the alley gate. And somehow, Katsuki was already waiting. Izuku stopped in his tracks. Thought you'd get away clean? Katsuki said without turning around. You think this is some kind of joke? He stepped forward. Izuku backed up a step, but the wall came too fast behind him. Solid bricks against his back, and a suffocating heat in the air. Katsuki slammed his hand against the wall, beside his head. Close. Way too close. Izuku flinched, but didn't duck. He wasn't 12 anymore. Bakugo hissed. With that freak power you got out of nowhere. With that fake but golden boy performance. And now everyone's gonna look at you like you're actually worth something. I didn't. Don't give me that. Katsuki barked. You think you can take the same path as me? After all this time? You're still Deku. You're still nothing. Then he moved to grab him. His fingers sparked and his palm crackled. But Izuku's hand snapped up and caught his wrist hard. Katsuki's eyes widened. Izuku wasn't crying. He was staring back at him defiantly, his palm pressed flat to the underside of Katsuki's wrist. Katsuki didn't notice it right away. But he must have noticed the feeling of the heat in his hand sputtering. The explosion's spark faltered. The quirk didn't fire. He tried again, nothing. What the hell? Izuku was still staring. In his head, something whispered, "Take it. He'd never touch you again." Izuku felt it, the shape of Katsuki's quirk. Its architecture, and the raw, bitter heat like adrenaline and rage boiled down into pressure. It would be so easy. Just 1 second of will, just one pull. No! Izuku jerked his hand away. Katsuki stumbled back, shaking out his hand like it had gone numb. What the hell did you do?" Izuku didn't answer. He just ran. He didn't stop until he was halfway home, lungs aching, hands burning. He couldn't tell if the tremble in his fingers was from panic or withdrawal. It was past sunset when All Might arrived. The old training field behind the closed-down gym was empty. Izuku was already there, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the lot, hoodie pulled over his head, fingers clenched white around his shoulders. He didn't look up when All Might landed beside him in his smaller form. "Young Midoriya?" He didn't respond. He just inhaled sharply. All Might stepped closer, concern furrowing his brows. "What happened?" "I almost took it." All Might froze. "Took what?" "His quirk," Izuku said, barely audible. "Kakens." Izuku's hands were shaking now. He shoved them into the pockets of his hoodie like it would hide the guilt that panged beneath his skin. "He cornered me and said things. He reached for me and I stopped him. And then He lifted one hand. The small hole in his palm twitched, like it wanted to remember. "I felt it the way it's built his quirk. I knew how to take it for good." All Might knelt beside him, quiet. Izuku kept talking. "And I didn't even feel bad. Not really. Not until I let go. I just thought if I took it he wouldn't hurt anyone again." His voice cracked. "And I thought, what if that wasn't the last time? What if I'm always like this? Always close to pulling? What if I can't trust myself?" He looked up, eyes red. "You were perfect with this power. You never did this. You never wanted to, right?" All Might flinched, then sat down heavily beside him. "No," he said. "I wanted to." Izuku froze. All Might didn't look at him. "I fought criminals who had quirks that could have saved lives if used right. I knew I had the power to take them. I thought about it more than I'd like to admit. But I didn't. Because I had people around me who reminded me who I was, who I wanted to be. Not just what I could be." He looked at Izuku then, his face lined with something far older than age. "This quirk, it doesn't make you do anything. But it offers. Over and over again. And sometimes it whispers when you're tired, scared, or angry." All Might placed a hand over Izuku's shoulder. "You didn't take it. You stopped. That choice was yours. I don't know if I can be a hero like this." "You already were. The day you ran toward the danger instead of away." They sat in silence for a while after that. Eventually, Izuku pulled his knees to his chest. "I hate this part of me," he whispered. "I know," All Might said. "But you're not alone in it." Izuku stood in front of the mirror, tie loose and uneven. He'd redone it 3 times, but it still didn't look right. His blazer sat stiff on his shoulders, sleeves a centimeter too long. His backpack weighed heavier than it should, not because of the notebooks, but because of everything else. "Today is my first day at UA." He took a breath and tried to smile. Tried not to think about the minefield he was about to get into, a full 20-people hero class where everyone was not only allowed to use their quirks, but were actively encouraged to, and how his own would be itching to. "Izuku," his mom called softly. "You ready?" He turned around. Inko stood in her sweater and slippers, hands wrung in front of her, but her eyes were bright. "You look so grown up," she said, voice already wobbling. "Mom," he said, flushing. "Don't cry." "I'm not crying, I'm just," she sniffled. "Proud. That's all." He adjusted the strap of his bag awkwardly. "I'm gonna be late." Inko stepped closer to fix his collar, but her hands paused. She leaned forward, squinting. Izuku, you hold still. What? You have a gray hair. I what? There? She said, already reaching. It's right at the front, let me just. No, Mom, wait. Pluck. Ow. She held the strand up triumphantly, a single pale silver thread. It looked white almost. Inko frowned at it. You're too young for this. Guess I've been stressing too much, Izuku said with a nervous laugh, rubbing the sore spot on his scalp. Don't overdo it, she said. Your health comes first. He smiled weakly. I'll be okay. She reached up to fix his hair again gently, this time. You're going to do amazing. Thanks, Mom. He stepped out onto the street a few minutes later, the wind tugging at his blazer hem. He didn't look back. But all the way to the train station, his scalp itched faintly right where the hair had been pulled. Izuku's first day at UA wasn't what he expected. Then again, after everything that had happened since inheriting All for One, he should have known better than to hope for normal. He had double-checked the route but still managed to get lost. To be fair, UA was a maze disguised as an educational institution, and the signs were not helpful. A map would have been nice. So would a guide. Or maybe a tranquilizer dart. By the time he found the classroom 1A, Block C, top floor, his shirt was sticking to his back with sweat. Not nice. The classroom door loomed in front of him. It was massive, albeit not over-designed. Was this for dramatic effect? Or accessibility? Either way, it made him feel like a bug approaching a trap. He stood there for a moment. You can do this. Don't put your feet on the desk. Ida. That was definitely Ida. But the voice that answered? Nope. What middle school did you go to? Extra. Kaken. Izuku winced. Of course he had to be in the same class. He reached for the handle then paused. Something prickled in the back of his skull. A quiet, flickering thrum just below his awareness. There were many quirks on the other side of the door. He could feel them like a room full of live wires. Oh, that one's strong, Zen muttered. The fire and ice one. You feel it, don't you? Not now, Izuku whispered under his breath. He squeezed his hands into fists, ignoring the faint tingle in his palm. He opened the door, and the classroom went quiet for a second. Katsuki's feet were still on his desk, and Ida was standing in front of him, looking scandalized. Crushing others is cruel, Ida was saying. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Katsuki looked bored. I aim to be the best. That's it. Izuku stayed frozen in the doorway. There were dozens of quirks. He could feel each one like a soft pressure point pushing back against his skin. He took a shallow breath and lowered his head. He skirted the edge of the room quietly, hoping neither of them would notice him. Just get to your seat. Don't make eye contact. Don't. Of course Izuku had to go and make eye contact. He clutched the straps of his backpack harder, his posture tense. Midoriya! Ida exclaimed, practically marching over to him. I was hoping you would be in this class. It is good to see you, he paused, blinking at Izuku's tie. Though, is that regulation length? Izuku shrank a little. It's the best I could do. I might have panicked and looped it wrong. I can fix it, Ida said at once, already reaching out. Hold still. Before he could, a new voice piped up behind them. You are here. Izuku turned just in time to see Uraraka trotting over with her usual energetic smile. She waved, her bag bouncing against her side. I was hoping we'd all end up in the same class. And me too, Izuku said, voice quiet but sincere. Are you okay? All of that. Oh, yeah, she waved it off, then winced. Okay, I was throwing up for, 15 minutes after the exam, and then I slept for 10 hours straight. But I'm totally fine now. Ida adjusted his glasses with a nod. It was a demanding ordeal, but I believe the three of us acted with commendable coordination, especially considering the lack of preparation time. I still can't believe you held back that robot with your quirk, Uraraka said, nudging Izuku lightly with her elbow. That was way cooler than anything I could have done. It looked like you were holding up a building. Really wasn't that impressive. I barely managed. If you hadn't used your quirk to make me weightless and if Ida hadn't carried us. I did what anyone would have done, Ida said firmly. You were the one who acted without hesitation first. You prioritized rescue above all else. That is the very definition of heroism. Yeah. Uraraka nodded. Honestly, if you hadn't gone back for me, I'm not sure either of us would have passed. That 0-pointer was crazy. Still, Izuku mumbled, fingers tightening around his backpack straps again. It was dangerous. I could have gotten someone hurt. I didn't really think it through. You thought enough to act, Ida said. And you gave us time to act too. Izuku looked between the two of them. His heart squeezed. He hadn't realized until now how much it mattered to have people look at him like this. Like he wasn't just lucky. Like he wasn't a mistake. But before he could say anything else, a low, dragging noise scratched across the floor behind them. They turned just in time to see someone slouching into the classroom. Or rather, a sleeping bag? Go somewhere else if you want to play, friends. This is the hero course. No, the man inside the yellow sleeping bag said, barely above a grumble. He radiated the kind of energy that said, I will not hesitate to expel all of you, and I will not feel bad about it. To everyone's surprise, or at least Izuku's, the man stood up while still inside the sleeping bag, unzipped it and stepped aside from it when he was standing upright. The rest of his classmates fell silent fast. Okay, it took you 8 seconds to be quiet, he said, rubbing his eyes. Time is limited. You kids aren't rational enough. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher. Everyone appeared to share the same collective thought. That was their homeroom teacher? He was a pro hero? Aizawa rummaged through his sleeping bag and took out some fabric uniform out of it. It's kind of sudden, but take these and get changed. Meet me on the field. Izuku exchanged a look with Uraraka, who shrugged helplessly. So much for Izuku's normal day. A quirk assessment test? What about the ceremony? The orientation course, someone asked. If you're gonna be heroes, then you don't have time for such leisurely events. Aizawa stood on the field with a digital clipboard and a severe lack of enthusiasm. You've taken these fitness tests since middle school, right? He said. Everyone nodded. But you've never done it with your quirks. He gestured at the gear-laid-out sprint track, grip sensors, distance markers. Katsuki cracked his knuckles. Let's see what you can actually do. Aizawa handed the ball to Katsuki. Throw it as far as you can with your quirk. You can do anything as long as you stay within the line. The ball vanished into the sky. 705.2 m flashed across the monitor. Aizawa turned to the group. The class stood frozen in a line, dressed in their P uniforms, the sun beating down on them like an interrogation lamp. He shoved his hands in his pockets, dead-eyed as ever. Know your own maximum first. That's the most rational way to work on the foundations of being a hero. 750 meters? Really? What's this? It looks fun. Aizawa let out a long, slow sigh. Fun, huh? You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Alright, whoever ranks last will be expelled. Aizawa said evenly. There was a collective gasp. Izuku's heart spiked, his throat clenching. That's not true. It wasn't a guess, and it wasn't intuition either. It was a pulse, deep in his mind, a silent alarm ringing on a frequency only he could hear. And before he could stop himself, he said it out loud. That's not true. Everyone turned to face Izuku. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Midoriya. Care to repeat that? Izuku opened his mouth, but closed it immediately. Panic bloomed in his chest. I just meant his brain scrambled. Abort. You're probably just trying to scare us so that we do our best? Aizawa stared at him. His mouth twitched faintly, not a smile, more like interest. Sharp are we? He walked forward, stopping just in front of Izuku. You'd be amazed how many kids break under that kind of pressure. Glad to see you're not one of them. Izuku didn't breathe. Still, Aizawa added, narrowing his eyes, you might want to keep your commentary internal during my class. Then he turned back to the others like nothing had happened. Izuku sagged in place, heart pounding like a drum solo. But this went through. Not great. But okay. Air Cannon had let him do all right in the 50-meter dash and the ball throw nothing showy, but better than bottom rank. The long jump had almost ended with a faceplant, but he managed to save himself from total embarrassment. Sort of. But the itch was back. Aizawa's threat might have been fake, but the power on display was very real. Tojiro's tail. Kaminari's voltage. Siro's tape. Tokoyami's literal shadow creature. Izuku sat cross-legged near the edge of the field, waiting for his name to come up again. He didn't mean to mutter, he really didn't. If you had tape for mobility, maybe you could rig it as a slingshot anchor. Low resistance turns. Uraraka glanced over. Did you say something? Izuku was startled. No. Just thinking about tactics. Sorry. Ida nodded politely from where he was jotting down his own sprint scores. Izuku turned his head. Itoshi Shinso watched from the edge of the track, lips pressed thin. A mental capture-focused quirk, binding by voice. Not suited for physical feats, but could be dangerous in a group fight. Especially if amplified. But what if you could isolate the mechanism? Take the command effect and drop the question requirement. His fingers twitched and his palm itched. He stuffed his hands in his pockets. Pressed the heel of his hand into that tiny, traitorous hollow in his left palm. Not yours. Not yours. Not yours. The rest of the class didn't notice anything. But Izuku walked out of the training field with a tense posture and his brain full of other people's powers. Most of the students were leaving. They were chatting in pairs, laughing and trying to recover from the trauma of meeting Eraserhead. Izuku packed his bag quietly until Ida's voice cut in behind him. Midoriya, I must say that was bold. And an impressive deduction. I suspected it might be a bluff, but I lacked your certainty. Izuku laughed nervously. Why, total guess. Just intuition. But his face fell. That was going to be a problem. Hero analysis for the future. Volume new quirk, lie detector. Status, awakened. Uncool. Discovered after the first UA training session. Possibly triggered by emotional mental tension during assessment. Symptoms. External lies from others' passive sense of dishonesty, cold static, mental ping. Internal lies active punishment. Field experiments. Attempted to lie to mom about my day's sudden sharp headache. Attempted to say, I am a professional athlete brain zap. Attempted to say, I don't miss sleep, double brain zap. Attempted to say, I don't want any of my classmates' quirks, almost blacked out, I think. Conclusion. This quirk does not let me lie at all. Not to others and not to myself. He sat back from the notebook and rubbed his temples. Okay, he muttered. So now I have air cannon, bone spears, force shield, and a personality trait that electrocutes me when I'm emotionally dishonest. Zen chimed in, dry as desert wind. You really are the most cursed Shigaraki by bloodline extension. Shut up. I'm just saying this one's petty. Yoichi would have hated it. He was the biggest liar I've ever met. Shut up. He groaned and flopped back on his bed. At this rate he was gonna unlock a quirk that makes his teeth fall out every time he had intrusive thoughts. The worst part? It felt plausible. It was well past midnight when Izuku finally drifted off. His notebook was still on his chest, open to the page dedicated to lie detector. He was surrounded by darkness. Liquid shadows curled under his feet like smoke on water. Izuku stood again in that half-lit void, the space where the voices gathered and the pressure built. Only this time, he wasn't alone. A figure stood across from him, tall and vaguely humanoid. Its outline flickered, eyes glowing red. New one, it said, voice like gravel and fire. Let me guess. Another quirk. It tilted its head. Correct. Activation condition, self-detonation. Triggered under 3 criteria. I don't want that. The figure paused. Too bad. You're getting it anyway. Another voice cut in, familiar and dry. Ignore him. I only took that one to scare off traitors, but never actually used it. It's more of a threat than a tool. Why is it in here? Izuku shouted, panic climbing up his spine. Because this isn't a curated garden, brat. Everything I took, everything I built is part of the system now. It's not about what you want. It's about what wakes up. But why am I only getting the horrible ones? Because you're stressed. Izuku dragged his hands through his hair. Where are the good ones? The ones All Might used? Airwalk? Kinetic boost? Impact nullification? So far I can apparently explode myself or F up my bones and I can't lie anymore. Where is my float quirk? Zen was silent for a moment. Have you ever tried running a battlefield inventory while bleeding out? You don't get cute ones. You get useful ones. I'm not in a war. You're in a school built like a combat simulator. Same difference. The red-eyed figure crackled again, voice glitching. You'll use me eventually. I will not. You will or you'll die. Izuku screamed and woke up with a jolt, cold sweat soaking through his t-shirt and his pulse racing. He grabbed his notebook and scrawled across the bottom of the page, half asleep. New quirk? Self-destruction. What the hell, Zen? What the hell? The room was warm, lit by a desk lamp and the soft hum of old heating vents. Weather reports flickered on a muted monitor in the corner. Stardust leaned over a map of the USJ facility, pen tapping thoughtfully against his lips. We'll want to start in the flood zone. Water rescues are more chaotic. Better to get it out of the way while their nerves are fresh. 13 nodded beside him, flipping through a laminated emergency protocol sheet. Agreed. Do you think the simulations will hold up under this class? I've heard rumors about this batch. They've got powerful quirks. Stardust chuckled softly, lazily going over the 1A class roster. As long as no one actually tries to swim through acid, I think we'll be fine. He leaned back in his chair, glancing out the window. The moon was barely visible through drifting clouds. It felt peaceful. Then his brow furrowed. You know, I still can't believe All Might's teaching at UA. 13 hummed. It is surreal. He's not exactly the academic type. No, Stardust said slowly, fingers tightening around the pen. But more than that, I don't know. Ever since it was made public that he joined the faculty, my quirk's been twitchy. Something's wrong with Decay? No, I mean... He frowned. Something like that. 13 looked at him carefully, concern starting to form at the edges. Do you think you're manifesting something new? He looked back at the map. Not really. Maybe it's just nerves. The symbol of peace is about to watch me teach high schoolers how to fish people out of flood zones with flotation gear. 13 smiled, a little uneasy. Well, if anything weird happens, we'll deal with it like pros. That's what we do. Stardust nodded. But his fingers still tapped the edge of the table faster than before. Outside the window, it started to rain. There was a hum in the air, artificial and steady. It came from the cracked screen of an old smartphone, propped up on a stack of bricks between them. 2 boys sat on a fire escape, legs dangling. One of them was chewing something stale and sweet, maybe a protein bar. The other was silent. The video on the screen was buffering every few seconds, but it didn't matter to them. The golden glow from the young man talking to the camera lit up the tiny rooftop like a beacon. We're here to speak out, the teenager said, voice clear and smooth. Not to incite violence and not to take. Just to remind people that we exist and that we deserve to be safe. People with paranormal abilities are not the enemy. The boy chewing huffed a laugh. 10 million followers and all he's ever done is livestream from a penthouse. The other boy, quiet, doe-eyed, too thin under his shirt, stared at the screen intensely, his expression unreadable. He's doing good, he said finally. Sure, for a guy who's never had to run for his life, the first muttered, tearing the rest of the bar in half. Not all of us had the luxury of being born glowing in a hospital bed. The screen flickered. Visibility for paranormal abilities is a privilege, the glowing boy said, as if answering. And it's time to acknowledge that. That was unexpected, the chewing boy admitted, squinting. Huh. He looked over. The other boy wasn't nodding, nor smiling. He wasn't doing anything. He just stood still. What? Nothing. Come on, don't do the nothing voice. I said it's nothing, the boy snapped. The glow from the phone flickered against their faces. At least he's not taking anything from us, Yoichi. I know that. And I didn't say he was. The first boy sighed. I just meant maybe it doesn't always have to be us, that's all. Maybe someone else can carry the weight for once. That, apparently, was the wrong thing to say. Yoichi stood, sudden and stiff. So I'm a weight to carry now? Am I hindering you, Thaisen? I didn't say that. You kind of did. I meant never mind. Yoichi turned away. Guess you like him better now. What? Their surroundings were still, except for the buffering wheel on the screen. It spun and spun. Okay, the other boy said quietly. I don't know what the hell this is really about, but if you're gonna sulk, do it without me. He stood, flicked the screen off, and left Yoichi alone in the blue-dark silence. Tenko woke up staring at the ceiling, pulse spiking. It took him several seconds to reorient. There was no rooftop, no discussion, just his sheets. Just his room. The hum of the city was gone, replaced by the quiet of pre-dawn. Yoichi, he whispered to no one, then blinked. Where the hell had that come from? He didn't remember the dream, but something in him itched with guilt. And something else, something colder, whispered, "You're not supposed to forget." Izuku didn't even make it past the security wall before a boom mic nearly impaled his left eye. "Hey you!" A camera lens caught him full frontal, mid-stumble, and he barely had time to register the press badge before 3 more reporters closed in like vultures with pens. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? Has he said anything about returning to active duty? Izuku wasn't unfamiliar with the media. All Might was, after all, their favorite headline. But he'd only ever watched those press swarms from behind a phone or a computer screen, not from inside the huddle. For a moment he almost answered. It's interesting, he's actually not what I expected, and I think the course is structured. His head throbbed, right behind his temple. Right, lie detector. Any half-truth was a landmine now. The panic must have shown on his face, because one reporter pounced immediately. Is something wrong? No, just a well. Move. A hand clamped down on his arm, and suddenly Izuku was yanked sideways through the crowd with surprising speed. What the? Hitoshi Shinso, the person muttered to the nearest camera. General education. He's not answering questions. Wait, you're not in Gen, Izuku started to whisper. Shut up, Shinso hissed. I'm saving your dumb but be grateful. They ducked through the side gate, the press too slow, or too stunned by Shinsu's deadpan DLVRY, to follow them past the security line. A few clicks trailed behind them, but nothing serious. Once safely inside campus, Shinso let go. Izuku wobbled. That was thanks, but I didn't do it for you, Shinso said bluntly, adjusting his uniform collar. His eyes flicked over Izuku. He added with zero inflection, if you'd said something dumb, I would have had to brainwash you again to shut you up. And I'm still on probation for doing that yesterday during the combat trial. Without further ado, Shinso just walked ahead toward the main building, hands in his pockets like he hadn't just effortlessly saved Izuku from a PR disaster. Izuku exhaled slowly, heart still fluttering in his chest. I need to learn how to lie without dying, he muttered to himself. The classroom was buzzing by the time Aizawa dragged himself in, hair disheveled and expression as close to neutral as humanly possible without being comatose. All right, he said, his voice hoarse. Brief feedback on yesterday's trial battles. I've reviewed the footage and notes. Everyone straightened up. You weren't the worst batch I've ever seen, he said, tone flat. Some of you actually show potential. A few of you managed to surprise me. Some of you need work. He didn't specify who he didn't need to. Kaminari visibly deflated. Ida's posture became somehow straighter. Shinso looked like he was actively trying not to roll his eyes. Anyway, Aizawa continued, rubbing one temple. Sorry to inform you on such short notice, but half the class flinched in unison. You need to pick a class rep, Aizawa said, already sounding tired. I don't care how you do it, he added. Vote, arm wrestle, flip a coin. Just have names for me by the end of homeroom. Without another word, he pulled his capture weapon around his shoulders, got into the bright yellow sleeping bag by the front corner of the classroom, and immediately fell asleep. The room was silent for approximately 4 seconds. Hey, we should totally vote. Wait, what if we just pick at random from the combat MVPs yesterday? Midoriya had that brain moment on the first day, didn't he? He called out Aizawa-sensei's bluff. That was kinda cool. Yeah, but did he win his match? Like you won yours, Zero. Ida seems leadership. Why? I vote for myself, Kaminari announced proudly. Same, said Ishido, already drawing something on her desk. I vote for Midoriya, Uraraka said, raising her hand. He's smart and organized. Thanks. Izuku mumbled, already panicking internally. Shinso gave a little snort. Yeah, sure, why not? Midoriya's not a total idiot. Was that a compliment? Don't push it. Izuku stared down at his desk. He wrote a name on the scrap of paper Yaoyorozu had passed around like a ballot. Ida Tenya. Because he looked like a leader, he was efficient, and because Izuku absolutely did not want the attention that came with it. The votes were tallied on the chalkboard. There were a lot of single vote entries. But 2 names stood out. Then Midoriya's class rep with 3 votes, said Aizawa, still in his sleeping bag. Yaoyorozu has 2, so she will be the deputy class rep. Acceptable, Yaoyorozu nodded. Wait, Izuku said, visibly sweating, you don't mean me. I mean I didn't even vote for myself. That's what makes you a good choice, Ida said, adjusting his glasses. Humility is a mark of leadership. Izuku stared at him. So is not having a public breakdown over it. You'll be fine, Uraraka said cheerfully. I'm going to die, Izuku whispered. Shinso leaned over from the next row. Congrats, President Static. Don't call me that. From the sleeping bag still, Aizawa mumbled, good? Done? Great. Now shut up. And that was the end of that. The class chatter was light. Everyone was still riding the high from the class rep election. Yaoyorozu looked regal in her seat, graceful and slightly baffled to be elected vice rep by popular vote, and Ida had stopped sputtering long enough to offer heartfelt praise for Izuku's clear sense of justice. But Izuku wasn't listening. Something buzzed under his skin. It had started right after lunch. A pinprick of unease, like a sixth sense glitching. Not hunger, nor exhaustion. Just tension. Like someone had tied a string around his ribcage and was slowly pulling it tighter the closer the bus got to their destination. You're pale, Uraraka said, squinting at him across the aisle. Are you carsick? Izuku forced a smile. I'm fine. He felt a white-hot stab behind his eyes. He winced, clutching his temple. Midoriya? Ida frowned. That didn't look fine. I promise. Another pulse, sharp and electric. He felt it behind his teeth. Maybe don't promise anything if your brain's gonna zap you for it, Kaminari said helpfully from a seat back. Dude, are you okay? Zero added. You're literally twitching. I said I'm fine. That one was bad enough to make him gasp. His vision swam. Stop lying, his quirk screamed at him. Stop lying. Stop lying. He took a deep breath through his nose. Zen's voice stirred faintly at the back of his head. Just say you're anxious, You don't need to lie about that. Are you having a quirk reaction? Yaoyorozu asked. We should inform a teacher if you're unwell. He couldn't lie, but he couldn't tell the truth either. Not about the fact that new quirks manifested when he got too worked up. Not about the fact that he hadn't slept well in 2 nights. Not about the fact that something about this off-campus lesson felt wrong, like something buried under his nerves was scratching to get out. I'm just a little nervous about the rescue lesson, that's all. Not a lie, but not the truth either. The pain dulled to a hum. He pressed his forehead to the window and stayed quiet after that. The USJ loomed ahead as the bus curved up the hill, its massive domed roof glinting in the afternoon sun. Izuku's headache was a drumbeat. When they unloaded, he followed the class down the steps, blinking against the brightness. The air outside was clean, almost sterile, like a hospital near the sea. This should have been exciting. His first hero field trip, getting to explore real rescue scenarios. Instead, every step made the static behind his eyes buzz louder. They reached the gates, and there they were, 13 in full hero gear, waving enthusiastically, and beside them, someone unfamiliar. A tall man in a dusty blue coat stood just behind 13, hands tucked neatly in his sleeves, Hood down, black hair tied back. His presence wasn't loud or ominous, just off. Something about him tugged at Izuku's nerves. He seemed familiar in a way he couldn't place. He whispered to Uraraka, "Did Aizawa mention a fourth instructor?" "I think so," she whispered back. "He's probably 13's assistant?" Assistant, Izuku thought. Sure. But his gaze lingered, and the knot in his chest tightened. All Might was supposed to be here, but he wasn't. The stage was set, and the air smelled faintly of dust. Class 1A gathered just inside the entry platform, the hydraulic doors hissing shut behind them. From this vantage point, the disaster zones looked almost peaceful mountainous rubble piles, mock floodplains, even a staged collapsed building in the far quadrant. 13 stood before them, arms outstretched, full of excitement. "Welcome, students of Class 1A. This facility is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short." They twirled once in their spacesuit with surprising grace. "Here, you'll get to experience simulated rescue scenarios that challenge your adaptability, creativity, and judgment as future pro heroes." There was polite clapping. Ciro whistled. Kaminari made an impressed noise. "This facility is designed to help you grow not just in strength, but in empathy," 13 continued. "As heroes, you'll be putting your lives on the line not only to fight villains, but to save people. That's why I've enlisted someone very special to help guide today's session, my support partner, and a pro hero in his own right." They gestured toward the figure standing quietly beside them. "Stardust." He stepped forward, slow and fluid, his dusty blue coat drifting faintly with the movement. His gloves, which were missing one finger each, were thick and reinforced. His posture was neutral and controlled. His smile was minimal. "Nice to meet you all," he said. His voice was friendly even, and yet. The moment Stardust entered Izuku's peripheral vision, something behind his sternum twitched. He felt a slow and heavy tug at the fiber of his muscles, his bones, every cell of his body, an invisible hook pulling him slightly forward. Izuku's breath caught. His fingers clenched the hem of his gym uniform sleeve. The sensation was familiar. It was what he felt every time he came into contact with a quirk worth taking. But this wasn't like any of his classmates' quirks. This was like trying to stare into the sun. All for one buzzed once, like it had sensed something. Then nothing. Radio silence. Then, what was that? He didn't answer. It felt deliberate in a, "I don't want to talk about it right now," kind of way. Izuku stiffened, the hair on the back of his neck prickling. "You coward," he thought, not without venom. For just a moment, Tenko's gaze locked onto Izuku's face, and something shifted. He didn't recognize him, but something underneath his skin twisted. His stomach rolled and his vision fuzzed at the edges, just briefly. His hands felt wrong. Why did that kid look so familiar? No, not familiar. Important. He forced his expression to remain steady. The last thing he needed was to alarm the children. Behind his eyes, something stirred. "He's here," the voice said, soft and almost reverent. "He's close." Tenko blinked. The pressure behind his forehead spiked, then faded. He looked away. 13 clapped their hands. "Now, we'll divide into groups for your first scenario. Some of you will begin in the landslide zone, others in the shipwreck arena." "I'd like a word with Midoriya," Tenko interrupted gently. 13 glanced at him, surprised. "Now." His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Just a quick moment. He seems a little off balance. I'd like to check in before we begin." There was nothing overtly wrong with the request. To everyone, it just seemed like a pro-hero expressing concern. A support instructor acting on instinct. But Izuku's back locked straight. Stardust tilted his head. "Midoriya, if you don't mind?" And Izuku, hands trembling slightly at his sides, gave a small nod. "Why, of course." He stepped forward. The moment they stood near each other, within arm's reach, the air between them crackled. Neither noticed it visibly, but their quirks did. All for one and one for all. Two parts of a spiral, closing in. Neither understood what the other truly carried. Not yet. The side hallway off the USJ's main entrance was quiet, just far enough away from the class to drown out the echo of 13's instructions. A steel catwalk wound around the simulated disaster zones, and through the windows, fake daylight cast everything in surreal brightness. Izuku stood stiffly by the railing while pro-hero Stardust stood beside him a little too close. "Man," Stardust said, casually resting an arm along the rail, "this place is kinda nostalgic. Haven't been back since I was a student myself." Izuku nodded, tight-lipped. His fingers dug into the strap of his support gloves. "Crazy, right?" Stardust continued, glancing sideways at him. "One day you're in a jumpsuit trying not to throw up from anxiety, and the next thing you know you're doing press tours and signing contracts and trying to remember if your psychic application asked about blood type or number of near-death experiences." Izuku gave a small, shaky laugh. Right." Stardust leaned a bit closer, slinging his arm around his shoulders. "So, Izuku." That made Izuku flinch. Stardust raised an eyebrow, but didn't acknowledge it. "I've got a weird question for you. It's probably nothing, just my imagination. But," he tilted his head, voice dropping just a little, too casual, "do you happen to know why your quirk makes me want to punch your face so badly?" Izuku took a half step away, heart hammering against his chest. Stardust smiled, sheepish. "See what I mean? Weird, right? Totally inappropriate thing to say to a kid. I'm aware." "Please don't touch me," he said quietly. "It makes me uncomfortable." Stardust straightened slightly. "Oh yeah, sorry. Didn't mean anything by it. He gave a helpless shrug, "feel like we have a connection, you know? Like I've met you before." "You haven't," Izuku said too fast. Stardust's eyes narrowed faintly. "I guess not. I'd remember hair like yours." Izuku didn't answer. His mouth felt unusually dry. "You've got a complicated quirk, huh?" Izuku nodded once. "It feels like it doesn't want to stay quiet." Stardust let the silence stretch. Then, in a half-joking tone that wasn't quite right, "You sure you're not the reincarnation of someone who set me off in a past life?" Izuku looked up sharply. Stardust smiled again, easy and crooked, but his eyes didn't match it. "You've got that kind of face." "I think," Izuku said, voice barely above a whisper, "you're projecting." Stardust snorted. "I think," he said, "you're very smart." He stepped back, nodding as if satisfied with something. "All right, kid. Sorry for being weird. You're free to go join the others. But stay here and reevaluate my entire psychological profile." Izuku blinked. "Wait, that's it?" Stardust gave him a tired wave. "What, you wanted a declaration of war? Good talk," he added, already turning on his heel. "See you inside." And with that, he disappeared back down the hallway, leaving Izuku alone, heart racing and quirk humming like a storm cloud behind his ribs. The moment Tenko rounded the corner and disappeared into the stairwell, the itch behind his eyes came back in full force. He rubbed at the back of his neck, muttering, "Ugh, what the hell was that?" Then a voice, not his voice, hissed in his head. "Why'd you let him go?" Tenko stopped walking. "You had him. You were standing right there. You didn't even need to injure him." "Oh no," he whispered. "The voices are back. Don't ignore me." "I'm not ignoring you," he said calmly, because clearly answering the voices was the better mental health choice. "I'm just choosing not to entertain psychotic delusions in a government building. He's the one with all for one. You know it." Tenko pressed his fingers into his temples. "Oh, okay, cool. So now I'm hallucinating lore. He has Zen's vestige. I could feel him through your nervous system. See, now that's a sentence a sane person doesn't think." "You're not even a fun psychotic break," Tenko muttered, continuing down the hall like the well-adjusted man he was. "Why not just be the Joker and ask me to burn things?" "You're not taking this seriously." "Oh, I'm taking it seriously," Tenko whispered, eyes twitching. "I'm taking it so seriously I'm gonna schedule a full psychological workup the second we get back to the agency." "You felt it too, didn't you?" Tenko stopped. The buzzing in his head quieted for just a second, just long enough for him to remember it. That pull, that magnetic hum beneath his ribs. Something deep inside of him had locked eyes with something in that kid and gone. He grimaced. "Yeah," he admitted under his breath. "I felt something. Felt like nausea and instinctive rage had a baby. But that doesn't mean anything. Could have been indigestion. Or, the trauma. He belongs with us. Nope. No thank you. That's a cult slogan. Tenko shoved the door open and stepped back into the main platform where 13 was still talking about rescue protocols. He pasted on his best not hearing voices smile and muttered, "I need vacations." The voice didn't reply. But Tenko could feel him smiling in the back of his mind. The artificial water sloshed up to Izuku's calves as he wobbled across a fallen support beam, trying to remember whether this was supposed to be a rescue exercise or a test in public humiliation. Midoriya, careful. Ida called from ahead, bracing a tarp-covered, civilian dummy on his back with mechanical precision. I'm fine. Izuku wheezed, immediately tripping over his own foot and splashing hard into the shallow current. Uraraka winced from the other bank. That looked like it hurt. It's not that deep, Izuku said, coughing. Just slipped. Not because the footing was bad. Not because he was out of shape. Because he could feel someone staring at him like a sniper scope made of judgment and psychic hate. He turned his head just enough to peek over his shoulder. Still there. Stardust stood near the observation rail, arms folded, one boot propped up on a rusted pipe. Watching him. His expression was unreadable, eyes like the aftermath of a dropped light bulb. It was horrible. Izuku shuddered. Later, when the students were scattered through the USJ's disaster zones and the echoes of footsteps faded into simulation ambience, Aizawa found himself quietly pacing the perimeter of the flood zone platform. He wasn't searching for anyone, but merely observing. Until Stardust stepped into his peripheral vision. Aizawa said without looking, when they said you'd be assisting with rescue rotations, I thought you'd be shadowing 13. Stardust shrugged, hands in his pockets. I was. Just got curious. They stood like that for a beat. Colleague and colleague. Former teacher and former student. Then Aizawa added, casual in tone but not in meaning, you've been staring at Midoriya. Stardust didn't answer immediately. You always did try to guess the twist before the third act, Aizawa said, deadpan. Didn't mean you were right. That earned a faint snort from Stardust. You were always hard on me, Eraser. Aizawa shifted his weight. I'm not telling you how to do your job. But you've been acting off since the moment you saw him. Stardust's smile thinned. I'm not here to cause trouble, Stardust added. It's just, there's something familiar about him. You're not the first hero I've met who gets uncomfortable around students that remind them of themselves, Aizawa said. Just don't project your issues where they don't belong. There was no judgment in his voice. It was but a quiet fact. Stardust's fingers twitched at his side. It's not like that. Then figure out what it is. And stop spooking my class. So I'm still one of your kids, huh? Stardust said lightly. Even after all this? Aizawa exhaled through his nose. I like my students. Doesn't mean I trust all of them. Stardust stayed still for a few seconds, the ghost of something unreadable in his expression. He muttered, just loud enough for no one to hear. Fair. Izuku's shirt clung to his back. The artificial floodwater had mostly dried by now, but the tension in his limbs hadn't. He was still trying to wring out his uniform sleeves when the air pressure around the platform shifted. A gust of wind slammed into the USJ entrance. A shape blurred past the observation windows. Several students flinched and a few gasped. A moment later, the doors burst open. All Might strode into the USA atrium, cape trailing and smile just a little too wide. Apologies for the delay, he boomed. Traffic was worse than expected. Ida straightened immediately. All Might, sir. Kaminari gave a little cheer. Uraraka waved. A few students actually clapped. Izuku felt his muscles relax for half a second. He opened his mouth to say something, then he saw the way Stardust had turned. The rescue pro hero wasn't surprised. His eyes locked onto All Might's silhouette like a magnet snapping north. All Might's attention, for his part, swept across the room in an easy arc until it landed on Stardust. His smile faltered, only for a second, but Izuku saw it. Their gazes held for just a moment. Stardust blinked slowly, tilting his head. Then, as if nothing had happened, he looked away and stepped back into the shadows beneath the platform stairs. That was not normal. None of this was normal. All Might inhaled slowly, deep in his diaphragm. His voice didn't carry this time. "Young Midoriya," he said quietly, just for him. "May I speak with you?" Izuku nodded, already tense. As he stepped forward, he felt someone shift near the edge of the platform. Aizawa, arms crossed, stood half in the shadows of the upper gantry, half in the open, watching both of them like a chess player clocking the board. Izuku followed All Might into the adjacent hallway a few steps away from the main platform, but still close enough to feel the buzz of tension that hadn't dissipated. All Might didn't transform back to his skinny form. His voice was low and controlled. "That hero, the one they called Stardust. You've spoken with him?" Briefly. "Why?" All Might's eyes narrowed. "There's something wrong. His presence. His quirk, it bears a signature I haven't felt in years." All Might looked at him, and in a rare crack in his facade, he muttered, "It's one for all. I can feel it." Izuku's blood ran cold. He tried to speak, but the words caught behind his teeth like a sob that didn't know where to go. "So, what do we do?" he asked finally, voice barely audible. "Do we call the police? Do we evacuate? Wait, should I fight him? Should you fight him?" His hands twitched. "This is it, right? This is how it starts? I mean, he didn't attack, and I know he said he wouldn't, but isn't this is the thing, isn't it?" His voice climbed with each word. He couldn't help it. His body had long decided this was a crisis. What if he hurts someone? What if? Young Midoriya. All Might placed a heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder, gentle, but absolute. "You will not engage him. Not now, and not until we understand more. But what if he makes the first move? What if someone gets hurt? Then I will handle it. I don't think I can just stand still while someone with one for all walks around my classmates. That's reckless. And throwing yourself at a host of OFA when you can barely use all for one is not?" That one hit Izuku too hard. All Might paused, instantly regretting his tone, but the damage was done. "I didn't mean." "No, you're right," Izuku muttered, eyes flicking away. "I'm not ready. I haven't figured out even a quarter of the quirks I have, and new ones keep showing up, and I can't even lie properly without getting a migraine, so sure. Let's just hope he doesn't decide to disintegrate anyone, I guess." His breathing was fast and shallow. All Might's expression twisted with guilt. "Young Midoriya, you're doing more than anyone could expect. But this is something we have to approach carefully. Stardust hasn't attacked. He's operating under pro-hero registration. If he intends to start a fight, he hasn't made the move yet. So we wait." "And if I wait too long?" Izuku asked, voice bitter. "What happens when I'm too late?" There was no answer to that. All Might didn't speak. His hands stayed on Izuku's shoulder. After a long pause, Izuku shrugged it off. "Can I go now?" he asked, eyes still sharp, still flickering with everything unsaid. All Might nodded once. "Yes." Behind them, from the shadow of the railing, Aizawa watched without comment, but his expression had sharpened, just slightly. He couldn't hear their words. But he was very, very good at watching people. Izuku stepped into the classroom slowly, bag slung low over one shoulder, damp green curls plastered to his forehead. The fluorescent lights were off, sunlight spilled through the windows instead, casting long shadows across the rows of desks. Aizawa was waiting, still seated behind the teacher's desk and, strangely enough, awake. Izuku froze in the doorway. "You said to stay after." Aizawa nodded. "Close the door." He sat down in his usual seat, trying not to fidget. He could feel the dried salt on his skin from the artificial flood zone, the tightness of exhaustion behind his eyes. "You've had a rough day," Aizawa said simply. Izuku didn't answer. "That was a high-stress scenario," Aizawa went on. "And you had multiple moments where you were visibly in pain. That didn't go unnoticed." Izuku's hands clenched. "I'm sorry, I'm not reprimanding you." That shut him up. Aizawa leaned back, arms loosely crossed. "I want to ask something. Answer if you can." Izuku nodded, still tense and alert. "Did Stardust do anything to make you uncomfortable?" The question startled him. "What? I mean, no, not really. He was just, like off. You didn't seem like you wanted to be around him. He felt familiar. Maybe I've seen him before? On the news or something? The second he said it, his skull throbbed. It wasn't bad enough to knock him over, but quite enough to notice. Headache. Sorry. Migraine. Aizawa didn't blink. Midoriya. Do you know him? I said, I don't know him, The pain spiked again. Izuku gasped and grabbed the edge of the desk. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice was quiet. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. There's a quirk, he whispered. It's new. I didn't ask for it, but it showed up this week. It punishes me when I lie. That's not your registered quirk. No, Izuku said miserably. That one's air cannon. So, Aizawa said calmly, you have more than one. Izuku slumped forward. I didn't mean to. I didn't know it would be like this. They just showed up. Aizawa was silent for a moment. It sounds like you're describing an infestation. Izuku let out a breathless, miserable laugh. That's what it feels like. How many? I can name 4. Maybe 5. Some are dormant. Some are vocal. And they're all inside your quirk. Izuku nodded. It's one quirk that stores others. Yes. It wasn't mine. Inherited. Aizawa's gaze didn't waver. Izuku looked away. But I can't answer that. Because you don't know? Because I can't. Lie detector won't let me pretend I don't know. But I also can't say who gave it to me. So He rubbed his temple hard. I'm stuck. Between lies and silence. You're the class rep, Aizawa said finally. You've already had more eyes on you than most first years. If you keep reacting to stress like this, people will notice. Stardust noticed something. I know. All Might noticed something. I know. And now I've noticed. Izuku closed his eyes. Are you going to report me to the HPSC? I'd be a hypocrite if I said yes, Aizawa said. I've known students with quirks the law didn't understand. I've taught kids who were more dangerous than their records ever said. What I care about, Aizawa said, is whether you're a danger to the people around you. Or to yourself. I don't want to be. But sometimes it feels like my quirk does. We'll set up regular check-ins, Aizawa said, already pulling a pen from his pocket. Once or twice a week. I'll help you monitor this. You're not going to expel me? Do you want me to? No. Then we're good. Midoriya, Aizawa said, with the first hint of warmth in his voice all day. You don't have to lie to yourself. Not in my class. The pain in Izuku's head lessened just a little. He sniffed once. Thanks, sensei. Aizawa nodded. Go home. And next time, dry your hair properly. You'll catch a cold. Izuku gave a weak smile and pushed himself up. He felt like he'd aged 10 years in the last 10 minutes, but he also felt slightly less alone. From his spot outside the open window near the side hall, Katsuki Bakugo leaned just slightly forward far enough to hear, but not enough to be seen. He wasn't stalking. He was investigating. That's what he told himself, anyway. Someone had to be paying attention. And if nobody else in this school full of idiots could see how suspicious Deku was acting, then fine. He'd figure it out himself. He heard voices from inside the classroom. Didn't ask for it, they just showed up. It was Deku's voice, quiet and shaky. Katsuki froze. Vocal. It wasn't mine. He gritted his teeth. Quirk. That's what this was. About Deku's new, shiny miracle quirk, the one that got him into UA. The one that made people stop calling him useless. The one that made All Might look at him like he was special. Katsuki's fists clenched where they hung by his sides. It wasn't his? I can't say who gave it to me. Katsuki stepped back fast, heart hammering, palms prickling with heat. So he really was quirkless. All that time. And then someone just handed him power? That didn't make sense. Quirks didn't work like that. A memory struck him, too fast to dodge, the alleyway behind their middle school. His wrist in Deku's hand. That instant short, sharp, like a static shock when his quirk had just not fired. He'd blamed it on hesitation, or Deku being annoying. But no. Was that this? His mouth was dry. He didn't know what he was hearing, but he didn't like it. Deku was hiding something. Something big. And now Aizawa knew too. Katsuki turned and stalked off down the hall, fists clenched so tight his knuckles ached. Nobody else had noticed. Not Round Cheeks, nor that elite from Somo. And neither the teachers, apparently, until now. Just him like always. Izuku scrubbed the towel over his head a few more times, trying to get the moisture out without making his hair worse. The mirror was still fogged at the edges, steam curling lazily up toward the ceiling. He leaned in to examine the damage. All his freckles still seemed to be in place. His green curls were wet, there were dark circles under his eyes and a faint patch of white hair at the back of his head, near the crown. "You have got to be kidding me." He turned slightly, lifting the towel to confirm it. A few full strands stark silver against the dark green. No. No. He clutched the edge of the sink and whisper yelled at his reflection. "Pull yourself together." His reflection didn't answer, but it looked tired. Too tired for someone who was supposed to be starting the best years of his life at Hero High School. Too tired for someone who was finally supposed to be normal. He stared himself down. "You are not losing it. You're not. This is fine and it's manageable. You just have to stay focused. Don't unlock any new quirks. Don't make eye contact with weird support instructors. Don't lie. Don't break. Easy. This is so not fine." He groaned and pressed his forehead to the mirror, the cool glass grounding and awful at once. "I can't do this," he whispered. "I'm not made for this. Someone else could do this someone better." The thought was there before he could stop it. "I could give all for one away. Pass it on." Izuku let the quiet but dangerous thought sit. "I can live with being quirkless again, but this. I just need to find someone. Someone who's quirkless, like I was, like All Might was. And then, unload it. Let it be their problem." Yeah. "How hard would it even be?" he whispered, not really asking anyone. "There have to be others out there. Not many, but someone. And then right on cue. According to your own obsessive stats tracking," Zen's voice chimed in, smooth and bone-dry, "you were one of approximately 24 known quirkless people under the age of 16 in the entire country at the time of your entrance to UA. Are you serious right now? Boys. Where the hell were you earlier, huh? When the guy with the scary face was sizing me up like he wanted to know what my spleen tasted like. I don't like that guy either. Then why didn't you say something?" "I was overwhelmed." "You were overwhelmed?" "Look," Zen said, his voice unbothered, "he has the other half of what should have been a single ability. I didn't account for that, and therefore I couldn't do anything useful. I panicked. It happens. I'm allowed. You're a vestige. You don't get to panic. That's my job." "Well, you were doing it so thoroughly I didn't want to interrupt." Izuku hissed through his teeth and shoved the towel over his head again, roughly scrubbing the white patch as if he could erase it through friction. "It didn't work. Of course it didn't work. This isn't sustainable," he muttered, eyes squeezed shut. "I can't keep doing this. I'm gonna slip. I'm gonna break something. Or worse, someone. And then what?" Zen remained silent for once. Izuku looked up again. His reflection stared back. Not villainous, but not heroic either. He felt hollow. He pressed a hand to the side of his head. The faint spark of someone else's quirk memory still prickled under his skin. In the other room, his mother hummed softly over the clatter of dishes. A commercial jingle played on the TV. Life went on. That had to be the most insulting part of all the world will always keep going with or without you. Izuku turned the bathroom light off and stepped into the hallway like nothing had happened. 13 tapped their fingers against the arm of the couch, the sound light and rhythmic. "So," they said, "I was reviewing the footage." Tenko exhaled slowly, already bracing. The footage. Gotta love omnipresent surveillance." 13 gave him a flat look. "Tenko, you got uncomfortably close to a student. You leaned down and whispered into his ear." He slouched further in his seat. "In my defense, I thought I was being normal." "And in your defense's defense?" "I might be having a psychotic break again." "Oh," 13 said, voice softening just a little. "Is that what this is?" Tenko stared at the floor tiles. I don't know. Maybe? Probably not. I mean, I haven't had an episode in years. But now I've got this voice. He waved vaguely toward his temple. And not like the depression voice. Not the, hey, wouldn't it be cool if everything just disappeared, guy. This one's new, loud, and oddly specific. And also very invested in what kind of quirk some kid has. 13 leaned forward. Midoriya. You said something to him. Yeah, well, so did the voice. It said he had all for one. Like the all for one. Capital A, capital F, number for one. That's a heavy accusation. Tell me about it. I'm just trying to teach flood rescue and now my neurons are role-playing quirk historian. You're the worst host this quirk has ever had. And there he is. 13 blinked. There who is? My brain gremlin. Stop calling me that. I'm not a gremlin. Yeah, well you sound like a gremlin with a stick up his butt. I carried the burden of one for all for decades. I carry melatonin pills and unresolved childhood trauma. You're not special. You mock what you don't yet understand. No, I mock what tries to turn my brain into a fan wiki. If I wanted lore dumps, I'd go back to playing RPGs. 13 was watching him with growing concern. Are you arguing with your own head? Tenko looked up. I think I need to cancel the rescue training class with Shiketsu. That's probably a good idea. And maybe the other school collaborations. Until I figure out whether I'm haunted or just F-ed in the head. Also a good idea. Tenko rubbed his temples. I'm just saying if I got cursed with some old relic quirk ghost, he could at least be helpful. Like, teach me how to fly or something. Not whisper moral superiority in my ear. You're flippant and irresponsible. He deserves better. He's 15, dude. What exactly was your plan? Haunt a high schooler into heroism. That's messed up. You have no idea what he's carrying. Like I care. 13 stood slowly. Tenko. Yeah. I'm going to recommend you get a scan. Maybe talk to one of the commission psychs. Just in case this is something more than stress. Yeah. No, totally. Just, I don't tell Eraser. He already thinks I'm a problem. You are a problem. That's part of my brand. There was no hesitation. The punch connected with a sound like thunder and something in the man's face gave away. His skull caved inward with a sickening crunch. His body jerked back. He flied several meters back, collided with a stone pillar, and crumpled to the ground. Blood pooled beneath him. The dust settled, and the city burned behind them. And the boy the man, dressed in tattered military clothes, with a deep wound of his own on his stomach but still shining with righteous fury, lowered his fist. I have seen the depths of your evil and refused to drown in them. I have suffered at the hands of monsters who claimed love and justice in the same breath. And now I strike in the name of true justice. The body at his feet didn't move. There was a second voice who whispered from within. That's what you told yourself. But you were never built for good or justice. Tenko watched the scene from inside. He didn't know who he was supposed to be. All he knew was that his hands were sticky with blood, and they weren't shaking. He looked down. Why am I calm? He saw tattered gloves and burn marks. Half of his guts spilled outside his torso, and yet he saw a shaky footstep forward, like he was preparing to do it again. The voice returned. His voice, but wrong, too clear, too practiced. Evil must be met with resolve. Power answers to power. It's the only language tyrants understand. He was smiling. And all at once, Tenko knew who he was. Who this was. No, he whispered in the dream. No, this isn't me. I'm not him. But the body kept moving. It stepped over the corpse, the bloodied form of the man Tenko now realized was trying to crawl away. Tenko murmured, why didn't I stop? The body knelt, hand hovering over the man's broken ribs, and he whispered, tenderly, I forgive you, brother. The words were soaked in blood. Tenko woke up gasping and slick with sweat. The darkness of his room pressed in around him suffocatingly. He sat upright, shaking, hand to his chest. His heart was racing. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I don't even believe that bullshit. His hands were steady. He doubled over. What the F was that? From somewhere behind his eyes, Too smug for comfort. You're beginning to understand. Don't talk to me. We did what we had to do. I said shut up. Whether you like it or not, it's the truth. No, he pressed both palms into his eyes, trying to claw the images out of his skull. That was your truth. Not mine. We are the same, you and I. Oh God, Tenko muttered. I'm being villain monologued by my own brain. He stood up, too fast, nearly tripping over his own feet. He stumbled to the bathroom and stared at himself in the mirror. His hands still weren't shaking. All right, Aizawa said, listen up. The sports festival is in 2 weeks. Chairs scraped, voices rose, and the room buzzed with excitement. Even the usually stoic types cracked a smile. Kaminari was making dumb, Hero Olympics jokes, Hagakure was squealing about doing her best to show off in front of pro heroes, and Kirishima slammed both fists on his desk like he'd just been told his dreams were about to come true. Even Bakugo grinned more teeth than joy. Izuku just sat there, trying to match the mood and miserably failing. 2 weeks. 2 weeks to not accidentally explode half a stadium if one of All for One's uglier quirks decided to show itself. 2 weeks to not look suspicious under national television scrutiny. No pressure at all. By lunch break, he'd almost convinced himself the nerves were just from lack of sleep. That was until Uraraka started talking. They were walking side by side toward the cafeteria, Ida marching a few steps ahead like the hallway had speed limits only he could enforce. I'm just, thinking about how much a win could help my family, she said, scratching her cheek with a shy smile. I mean, it's not just about the prize money, but yeah, it kinda is. Izuku opened his mouth to say I get it, and he really did, not in the polite, surface-level way. He felt the little twist of embarrassment she hid under the cheer. The earnestness and the exact flavor of guilt she had about caring for her parents and chasing her own dream at the same time. Like he'd been the one living with that thought for years. Huh. Uraraka glanced at him. What? He forced a smile. Nothing, sorry. Just spaced out. Ida was rambling about the benefits of the festival for career building, but Izuku barely heard him. His brain was still echoing with feelings that weren't his. Every person who walked by was a flicker of emotion, pride, nerves, hunger, boredom. It was loud. Oh no. Not now. Not here. They were halfway to the cafeteria doors when young Midoriya. Izuku froze as the towering hero strode toward them, beaming in full hero form. Would you join me for lunch? Uraraka's grin was instant. Oh, like a maiden. Ida looked scandalized. Uraraka. Ida, she stage whispered, he's totally having a secret mentor moment. This is highly irregular, Ida replied, but the spark in his eyes said he was already filing it under Midoriya's mysterious pro-hero connections. First Stardust seeks him out at USJ, then Mr. Aizawa keeps him after class, now All Might? It's peculiar. Izuku tried not to wilt under the speculation, cheeks hot for a completely different reason. A sure All Might. The moment their eyes met, the noise inside his head cut out. The silence in his head was so sudden it made him dizzy. As Izuku followed All Might down the hall, Uraraka leaned toward Ida. So, why do you think all these pros keep pulling him aside? I can't say for certain, Ida said, pushing up his glasses in that way that meant he was absolutely thinking about it. But I suspect Midoriya has hidden potential. Or, Uraraka said, lowering her voice dramatically, a secret. Neither noticed Bakugo Katsuki at the far end of the cafeteria, sliding his tray onto the counter without looking their way. He didn't need to hear the gossip. He already had his own theory. And this time, he intended to get proof. All Might closed the door behind them, the click loud in the quietness of the room. He'd brought 2 bento boxes, simple, store-bought, but still oddly domestic in the hands of Japan's #1 hero. I owe you an apology, young Midoriya, he began, his voice softer than Izuku had ever heard it in his hero form. I was insensitive the other day regarding Stardust. Izuku sat down slowly. Might have blown things out of proportion, he admitted. He bit back the rest, chewing on the words. Care about the safety of your classmates, All Might finished for him. I know. And that's admirable. But my point stands: if Stardust has come here to start trouble, he hasn't made his move yet. That buys us time. They traded sheepish half-smiles, two people equally terrible at accepting apologies without giving one back. Then All Might's face turned serious. Now the sports festival. It's a problem. My control over All for One is still, he gestured vaguely, hoping the word unstable didn't have to be said aloud. What if that, All Might cut in, is why you must work harder than ever. This is your one chance to plant your flag and make it clear to the world. Midoriya Izuku is here to be the next symbol of peace. That's a tall order. It is, All Might agreed without hesitation. Your so-called nemesis is already a pro-hero. When the time comes, and it will come for All for One to face One for All again, you must be certain public opinion will fall in your favor. That means other pros too. This is about more than fighting power, it's about gaining trust. Izuku glanced at the floor. But, my quirk. It looks villainous by nature, and it always will. That's why you'll show them it's not. All Might said, without hesitation. There was no tension, no warm swell of reassurance. Nothing. Ever since the announcement that morning, that strange new quirk had been whispering to him about what other people felt. It was distracting and a little overwhelming, but it proved people were alive inside, thinking and feeling. All Might, more than quiet, it was empty. Like a house after everyone's moved out, clean, echoing, devoid of anything living. That's not normal, Zen murmured from somewhere in the back of his mind. He's missing something. I know you feel it too. Izuku shut that thought down immediately, gripping his chopsticks a little tighter. There's no way. He's the symbol of peace. He's saved thousands of people for decades. You don't do that without. Everything all right? All Might asked. You seem distracted, young Midoriya. Sorry. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I think I got another quirk. Today. In the middle of the school day? Yeah, Izuku said, sheepish. I think it's empathy? Not mind reading or anything. I can feel what people are feeling, if they're close enough. It's a lot. But your mind is so quiet, it's nice. All Might hummed, expression unreadable. My condolences for it showing up at such an inconvenient time. Still, empathy is an excellent resource for hero work. Izuku nodded, pretending the conversation was normal, even as the emptiness between them pressed in like a silent wind. Aizawa shut the door behind them as they walked into the empty training room, his scarf slung loose. All right, problem child. After the other day, we're not pretending this is normal anymore. Show me what you've got. Izuku nodded, trying to quiet the thrum in his chest. Physical quirks first. He hesitated before calling up the first one. Bone pushed through skin with a low, wet decay, spiraling into a pale, flexible spear that arched over his shoulder like a scorpion's tail. He could feel each segment bend and swivel independently, vertebrae-like, until he tensed his arm and it locked into a solid point. Aizawa raised a brow. Flexible until you want it solid. Good for feints. How far can you reach? Not sure. I haven't. Izuku made a face. Tested it much. It's kind of icky. Aizawa's look was the kind that didn't care about icky. You'll test it now. The next quirk was easier. Izuku moved his palm forward and a compressed burst of air shot across the room with a sharp whump, rattling the mats stacked against the far wall. Air cannon. Directional, pressure-based. Izuku muttered automatically, notebook entry flashing in his head. Good for mobility, destruction, crowd control. And loud enough to give away your position, Aizawa cut in. Work on subtlety. Force shield came next, a translucent barrier blooming from his forearms, its edge shimmering faintly. Izuku pushed against it experimentally, felt the springy resistance, and willed it to expand. It wavered once before snapping taut. Stable unless pressured too much, Aizawa observed. You need to know its breaking point. Izuku nodded, but his mind was half somewhere else. The whole day he had felt fine. The ever-present pangs of pain from lie detector, when he lied, were just gone. Lie detectors still bothering you? Aizawa asked, watching him. Izuku shook his head. Not really? I think it's weird, but lie detector's been dormant ever since I got a new mental quirk, empathy. Two mental quirks fighting for the same space, Aizawa said. Could be your brains picking one over the other. Could be something else. It doesn't matter, you'll adapt. Izuku bit back the urge to swear. They both aren't exactly user-friendly, so I'd really like an off switch. Many quirks don't come with off switches, and you can't rely on me to erase them, Aizawa replied, deadpan. Control's the next best thing. Izuku just sighed and flexed the bone spear again, trying to ignore the squirm in his stomach. He'd make it work, he had to. But if mental quirks were going to take turns making his life hell, he was at least allowed to complain about it in his notes. Later that evening, Izuku collapsed onto his bed with a groan, staring at the ceiling. His training with Aizawa had left him physically exhausted, but his mind felt like it was. Working overtime, spinning from the constant pressure of controlling his quirks. He glanced over at his nightstand where his trusty hero analysis notebook rested, the pages slightly worn from his almost obsessive note-taking. He sighed, dragging himself out of bed and reaching for the notebook. Maybe writing down his thoughts would help clear his head. Flipping to the latest entry, he frowned. His last note was a barely legible, sleep-deprived scribble, something about a self-destructing quirk. He barely remembered it. Was it a dream? A nightmare? No matter. He hadn't even bothered to write down the activation criteria, his tired brain too frazzled to care. That was the problem, wasn't it? He was so tired all the time. Juggling so many quirks, trying to master them, and pretending everything was fine, like the weight of it all wasn't starting to crush him. Empathy, especially, felt like a constant pressure on his mind. It was always on, always there, always reminding him of everyone's emotions, but unlike lie detector, it offered him nothing useful in return. Izuku huffed and set his pen down, staring at the blank page in front of him. He needed to write something, anything, to try and make sense of it. Empathy. Mental quirk. Constant passive activation. No control. He frowned, scribbling aimlessly. There had to be some way to control it, to turn it off when he didn't need it. Could he train it like his other quirks? He hadn't even considered it for lie detector, though you could argue that while it was also passively activated, it didn't have as many drawbacks as empathy. And there was a bigger problem than that there wasn't much information on mental quirks like his. He hadn't met anyone with anything like it. Well, except for Shinso, but Shinsu's quirk was brainwashing, and that was a different kind of mental quirk altogether. Could he even ask Shinso about it without sounding like a complete weirdo? Hey, do you have any advice for controlling your mental quirk? I've got 2 of them and they both SCK. Yeah. That would go over great. He sighed, sitting back on his bed. He would figure something out, eventually. Maybe Shinso would be willing to talk about it if he approached him casually, maybe, and in the meantime, he could just keep training like he always had. It was the only way forward, after all. But still, the thought of asking Shinso about his quirk nagged at him. Maybe one day he'd get the courage to do it. So, Eraserhead's been helping you train, huh? All Might asked, his voice light but with a probing edge. Izuku sighed, glancing at the ground. Yeah, he's been working with me on the more unpredictable quirks. He hesitated for a moment. It's been hard to keep track of everything lately. All Might's brow furrowed slightly. How much did you tell him? Izuku met All Might's gaze. Just what was strictly necessary. Aizawa knows about my problems with the mental quirks. Lie detector was giving me trouble when I lied, and I had to tell him that. I didn't explain anything more than that. He added quickly, and since lie detector's dormant now, the all for one thing should stay hidden. I'm careful about keeping it a secret. All Might nodded slowly, though there was still a flicker of unease behind his eyes. But I trust you. Izuku wasn't so sure about that, but he smiled at All Might's words nonetheless. As the training session continued, he couldn't shake the feeling that All Might's eyes lingered a little longer on him, like he was trying to discern something. But Izuku pushed that thought away. There was too much riding on keeping his secret under wraps for him to focus on anything else. Izuku had rehearsed this in his head at least 10 times before approaching Shinso in the hallway. Keep it casual, curious, and don't sound like a stalker. Hey, Shinso, he started, forcing a friendly smile. I was just wondering, your quirk is brainwashing, right? How exactly does it activate? And, how do you turn it off? Shinso raised an eyebrow, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. But, planning to get yourself caught in it, class rep? Izuku scrambled for a laugh, but it came out more like a cough. No, just curious. You know, hero analysis stuff. Trying to figure out how you train a mental quirk. Shinso studied him for a long, unnerving second, then shrugged. Simple enough. You talk back to me, you're mine. That's it. That's it, Izuku's mind raced. No complex conditions, no convoluted triggers. He had figured as much, but if he had this quirk even temporarily, he could pick it apart, test activation, test duration, learn how to toggle it on and off, and maybe use the same logic for his own quirks. He could just take it. Izuku's hands twitched, the telltale want of all for one flexing in his chest. Shinso was right here. All it would take was a brush of physical contact. Nobody would even know. Bad thought. He wasn't doing this. He couldn't. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu's voice snapped him back. She was halfway down the hall, waving a piece of paper. You left your math notes in class. Izuku jerked his hands behind his back as though they'd been caught in the cookie jar. All right, thanks. When he dared to glance back, Shinso was already walking away, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. Izuku's stomach turned. Unlike with Kaken, he hadn't stopped himself because of conviction, only because someone had interrupted. He hadn't actually said no to AFO. And that was so much worse. Now that you've got a little more control, Aizawa said, we're going to start thinking about combinations. Ones that don't give away what you really are. Izuku tensed. Because of the HPSC. Because of common sense, Aizawa corrected flatly, though the corner of his mouth twitched. You don't flash cards the commission doesn't even know are in the deck. They started simple air cannon for propulsion, force shield for impact mitigation. With a little tweaking to the shape and timing of the barrier, they could almost pass it off as compressed air solidifying on command. Sell it as an advanced variation, Aizawa suggested, still tied to your official quirk. People eat up the late bloomer narrative. It was oddly comforting having a cover story already in place. Empathy, Aizawa continued, is trickier. You can't flaunt having it, but you can use it without anyone knowing. Learn to act on what you pick up like it's just instinct. Claim you're a good reader of people. Izuku nodded, jotting notes between drills, though his pen stalled. When Aizawa added, and we'll be watching to make sure you don't trigger anything else upstairs. It was meant as a warning, not an accusation, but it still made his throat tighten. He remembered the pull he'd felt toward Shinsu's quirk, how easy it had been to almost say yes. If he had actually taken it, if lie detector ever came back at full strength, if another mental quirk surfaced without warning. Izuku shook the thought off and pushed more air into the cannon, the shield flaring out at the same time. It wasn't perfect, but it was clean enough to pass. And for now, passing was all he needed. All Might in his full form today, because apparently watching a man-shaped skyscraper judge you helps, had said this was about pushing boundaries. Izuku just thought it was about not letting everyone down. Aizawa had trusted him with combo drills. The festival was in 3 days. He couldn't go out there looking like the kid who still didn't have a feel of even half his quirks. These were uniquely troubling circumstances, but there was no room for failure regardless. Remember, young Midoriya, All Might said too encouragingly, many quirks only surface under extreme emotional or physical stress. Izuku, already sweating, muttered under his breath, "That's what worries me." And then he pushed. He focused on Stardust's words, the USJ psychological terror, the former migraines that lie detector gave him, and the overwhelming emotional load that came with empathy. The weight, the impossible burden. Something shifted. Pressure released. Blood sprayed from his nose and eyes and everywhere, like he was a human geyser. Then it whipped back into his body with a violent slurp sound. Was that a quirk, or am I dying? Oh hey Bloodlet. That was from a mercenary I used to work with. Real intimidating. You gave yourself a self-exsanguinating quirk for intimidation? It's reusable. All Might leaned down awkwardly. Young Midoriya, do you feel all right? I feel like a Capri Sun, sir. Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume New Quirk, Bloodlet, Pre-Festival Quirk Awakening Attempt. All Might and I tried to force another awakening today, just 3 days before the festival. We thought if I got it out early, I could train and stabilize it. Bad call. This one's called Bloodlet. I didn't name it, Zen told me that's what it's called. Which tells you all you need to know. I can expel my blood out of my body. High pressure, needle velocity streams. I can reabsorb it afterward, supposedly. Not tested. Not planning to test. Absolutely revolting. Control questionable. Bleeds through pores under stress. All Might apologized again today. I said it's not his fault, because it's not. It's mine. My body's too weak to handle these quirks. Always has been. I'm the one trying to force powers that aren't mine to wake up early. I'm the one who said I wanted to be a hero. So I have to own it, even if the next quirk turns me into a puddle. P.S. Please do not let the next quirk turn me into a puddle. Aizawa waited until the classroom was empty before speaking. Festival's the day after tomorrow. Any new developments with your condition? Izuku hesitated. Kind of. The look Aizawa gave him made it clear that kind of wasn't an acceptable answer. So Izuku stepped forward, took a breath, and focused. Tiny pinpricks opened across his skin, and within seconds, blood welled and streamed from his nose, eyes, and even his forearms. The floor got 3 dark drops before he forced it all back, the reversal leaving him dizzy. That's new, Aizawa said flatly. He didn't meet Aizawa's eyes. It's voluntary, I think. But I'm not sure how controlled it is yet. If it happened in public, he stopped. He didn't need to spell it out. Aizawa's frown deepened. When did this start? Yesterday? All Might was helping me train and... Tenko sat in an overly clean, overly bright room that was more unnerving than comforting. The commission's assigned psychiatrist, a woman with a perfectly even tone and perfectly expressionless smile, tapped at a tablet. Your file shows a recent increase in reported nightmares, she says. And intrusive thoughts about violence. Yeah, Tenko said. He didn't mention that sometimes it wasn't his violence. She ran him through questions that sounded like they had been asked 1,000 times before. Sleep patterns, appetite, stress levels. When they were done, she gave him the verdict. Mr. Shimura, nothing in our scans suggests neurological or quirk-related causes. This is a standard stress response, likely linked to your ongoing work in the field. We recommend a consultation with a civilian psychiatrist, and we can authorize medication if necessary. That's it. That's it. Her smile didn't change. You're in perfect health. Tenko nodded, because perfect health was easier to swallow than the other possibility that there was something, or rather, someone else in his head. The commission's clean answer fit neatly into a box he already knew how to live with: overwork, trauma, decay's early years. Known evils. You could medicate known evils. Tenko stepped out of the commission building into the late afternoon light, blinking as the city noise closed back in around him. He was more or less getting used to tuning out the voice in his head, who always had a lot to say, but it was still tiresome to consciously ignore it. And you saw the way they kept the file angled away from you? That's the kind of bureaucratic sleight of hand they've been perfecting for decades. It's a performance, Tenko. They tell you what's healthy, so you'll stop asking questions. Tenko adjusted his scarf and kept walking, muttering under his breath. Do you have any other hobbies besides antagonizing fellow heroes? A few, Yoichi said, cheerfully unhelpful. Oh, talking to yourself already, Stardust? He glanced up to see pro-hero Solar Flare, or rather, Todoroki Tuya, leaning against the wall near the curb, red hoodie half-zipped over his hero gear, white roots glinting under the sun before fading into flame red. For a second, Tenko wondered if Tuya noticed the mint-blue strands starting to creep into the sides of his own black hair. You here for a checkup too? Tuya asked, half-smirk in place. Psych evaluation, Tenko said. You. Tuya tapped his temple. Quirk's been acting off. Hasn't been this bad since I was 12. The commission says it's nothing major, but he gave a little shrug. You know how it is. Sometimes the job leaves a mark. Tenko forced a polite nod. Sure. There was a flicker of something almost sympathetic in his eyes. But it was gone as fast as it came, replaced by the same competitive gleam Tenko had seen in interviews. Anyway, Tuya said, pushing off the post, see you at the sports festival. I'm not sure I'll go, Tenko said. Tuya gave him a once-over, smirk curling again. Suit yourself. Not everyone's cut out for the top. A laugh echoed in his skull as Tuya walked away. He really thinks he's talking about you. How cute. Tenko didn't answer. 2 conversations at once was bad enough without thinking about his own set of problems. The entrance gates were a bottleneck of camera crews, journalists, and security. The sports festival was always a spectacle, but this year's lineup of pro heroes was heavier than usual. Scouts from agencies large and small were out in force, looking for the next rookie sensation. A few names cut through the noise without trying: Solar Flare, walking like he owned the sunlight, and Stardust, waving politely to the students ushering them in. Tenko trailed a step behind the others, already regretting letting himself be talked into this. I told people I wasn't coming. I'm gonna look like an idiot, he thought at the voice he refused to acknowledge as anything but a hallucination. And yet here you are, Yoichi replied, smug as always. The greatest stage for heroics, and you want to sit it out? Absurd. Stardust, Tuya's voice cut through. His smile didn't reach his eyes, but it was bright enough for the cameras. Didn't expect to see you here. Change of plans, Tenko said flatly. Tuya chuckled, just loud enough to be overheard. Guess I'll have competition after all. Thought maybe you were bowing out because the pressure was too much for you. Tenko's eye twitched, but he didn't bite. Good luck out there, Solar Flare. They parted ways, Tuya soaking up the attention as the crowd moved toward the stadium. He's ambitious, Yoichi murmured approvingly in Tenko's head. Shame about the control issues. But then again, that's why he'll always be second best. Tenko just kept walking. The arena roared beneath, the stands filling with spectators. Tenko had claimed a seat along the rail, arms folded, eyes scanning the crowd with deliberate disinterest. Where is he? Tenko ignored him. Small world, came a too bright voice from his right. Turned. Solar Flare took the seat beside him like it was the most natural thing in the world. Didn't know you were assigned to the first years. I wasn't. Tuya grinned. Same. I'm just here for moral support, or maybe to watch my little brother trip over his own pride. Haven't decided yet. Shoto's been on this crusade to win using only ice. He thinks it'll prove something. Tenko made a non-committal noise. And you? Tuya asked, tone sliding toward teasing. Here to cheer on one of your ments? No. I'm just overseeing. Tuya smirked like that told him everything. But, well, let's see who embarrasses themselves first. The air was already thick with nerves and the sharp tang of adrenaline. Most of Class 1A was busy with last-minute stretches or pretending they weren't staring at the live feed of the roaring stadium. The door slid open, and Todoroki walked in. His expression was unreadable, but there was a cold edge under it. He didn't so much glance at Izuku as set his sights on him. You've had the pros' attention since the first week, Todoroki said flatly. All Might, Eraserhead. I don't know what you're hiding, Midoriya, but it won't matter. I'm going to surpass you and everyone else in this class. Izuku, for a moment, just stared at him. Todoroki's simmering resentment bled through empathy, family pressure, stubborn pride, and a biting need to prove himself. It wasn't anger directed at Izuku, not really, but it was still irritating. I don't have time for this, Izuku said evenly, shutting his locker. If you think you're faster or stronger, fine. But I'm not here to soothe your ego, Todoroki. Someone, maybe Kaminari, choked on a laugh. Shoto's eyes narrowed slightly, but Izuku was already turning his back to him, conversation over in his mind. From the corner, Bakugo watched the whole exchange with a small, knowing smirk like he'd just found another red string for the board only he could see. Idiots, the both of them, but Half and Half was really bad at spotting a loaded quirk when it was staring him in the face. All right, first years. As you all know, the opening event is randomized every year to keep things interesting. Midnight grinned wickedly, And this year, you'll be starting with the obstacle race. A cheer went up from the stands. The competitors, less so. Rules are simple, she continued. Make it from the starting gate back to this arena in one piece. The course is full of surprises, and only a select quantity will move on to the next round. Present Mike slid in seamlessly, hyping the crowd. That's right, folks. It's a full circuit around the stadium, 4 kilometers of pure adrenaline and unpredictability. Who's gonna power through, and who's gonna eat the dust? The massive gate loomed ahead, the only exit onto the course. Students jostled for position, shoulder to shoulder in the narrow corridor. The moment the starting buzzer blared, chaos erupted. Todoroki didn't hesitate. Ice exploded from under his feet, racing forward in jagged sheets. Competitors slipped, stumbled, or froze in place as the cold ripped the ground out from under them. He surged ahead, calm and deliberate. Bakugo answered with a deafening blast from his palms, launching himself above the crush of bodies. Yaoyorozu created a gleaming length of steel, vaulting over a wall of ice. Mineta scrambled up a frozen slab, sticky spheres sticking like steps. Izuku raised a hand, forcing a compressed boom of air forward. It cleared the path in front of him, and with another blast angled down, he was airborne, skimming just above the ice. Force shield flared instinctively at his sides, shoving away the worst of the crowding elbows and knees. Todoroki looked back, gauging how far ahead he'd gotten only to find Izuku right on his heels. Izuku met his gaze, frowning. He didn't care for whatever smug point Todoroki was trying to make earlier. Right now, the only point that mattered was not losing. From farther back, Bakugo's teeth clenched as he caught sight of the two of them neck and neck. The course curved, widening just in time for the first looming shapes of the entrance exam robots to stagger into view. Their shadow swallowed the track ahead. And it's Todoroki in the lead. Present Mick's voice thundered over the speakers, freezing the competition in every sense of the word. The massive screen replayed the instant he'd iced the first bottleneck, sending a swath of students scrambling. But check this out, Eraserhead, someone's matching him move for move. I can see that, Aizawa deadpanned, eyes tracking Izuku on the feed. Air cannon bursts propelled him clean over a wall of ice, force shield flaring to shove aside a stumbling opponent. Not bad for a general admission kid. Present Mike said cheerfully. Guess all that homeroom training's paying off, huh? Aizawa didn't answer, which was, of course, an answer in itself. The course narrowed again, opening into the shadow of the first obstacle. The ground shook with the heavy, deliberate tread of the entrance exam's giant robots. Todoroki didn't break stride. One sharp sweep of his arm, and ice exploded upward, freezing 3 machines solid in a single sweep. Then, just to rub it in, he sent the frozen hulks toppling toward the students behind him. Izuku grimaced midair, cutting an air cannon burst before it sent him face-first into a falling robot. Shof. He landed hard, force shield bracing against the shock. A frozen robot raked across the track in front of him, blocking his path. He tried to launch himself above the rumble with air cannon too low. Kaken blasted overhead, feet skimming the frozen metal. Out of the way, Deku. Izuku's teeth clenched. His current air cannon output couldn't lift him high enough to clear both the debris and the crowd that started to form behind it. He'd waste too much time trying to weave through. You're hesitating, came Zen's voice, slightly uninterested. I'm not. Another robot's arm crashed down, shaking the ground. Do you think you can handle another one? Izuku's pulse spiked. He knew what that meant. He could try and force out another piece of the arsenal in his brain that had been kept shut and out of reach unless he was under extreme distress. It was stupid. For all he knew, getting greedier and trying to take more than what he could handle could be one of the triggers to self-exploding, but he's in a breath, forcing down the instinct to argue against himself. The clock was ticking, and Todoroki's lead was stretching by the second. Just this once. At the very least, he had already practiced forcing a quirk out with all might. And if it turned out to be something useless or dangerous, he'd just have to SCK it up. The quirk snapped into place like a spring being wound too tight. Air cannon flared sharper, faster, harder, and the force shield compressed into a wedge beneath his sneakers. He shot upward in a blur, clearing the robot blockade in a single leap. For a moment, the roar of the crowd chased him higher than gravity should have allowed. The next stretch of the course dropped away into a yawning chasm. Only a spindly web of steel cables and scattered islands of track connected one side to the other. This was the kind of obstacle that thinned the herd fast. Todoroki didn't hesitate, skating out over a fresh path of ice like the whole setup was built for him. Izuku hit the edge, coming to a stop on his heels. Force shield wouldn't hold him on nothing, and there was no way he could air cannon himself across the entire gap in one shot without overshooting. He'd need small and precise bursts. A deafening crack pop cut through the air. Bakugo shot past overhead, explosions flaring from his hands in sharp, practiced bursts. He didn't so much as glance down at Izuku. Izuku repositioned his feet and angled his hands down and back. One short burst launched him to the first rope intersection. The force shield caught against the steel, giving him just enough stability to plant another air cannon push. His new quirk kinetic boost, Zen helpfully provided at the back of his mind, tightened in his muscles, a coiled spring releasing with every movement. He climbed higher with each shot, the rope web trembling under him. "WO!" Present Mick's voice boomed. "Looks like we've got double the fireworks, folks." Bakuga's now in second, but Midoriya's blasting his way across like he's got something to prove. Aizawa on the feed didn't look impressed. He's improvising. At least it's not completely reckless. From above, Bakugo finally noticed the second trail of shockwaves climbing up toward him. His teeth bared in something too sharp to be a smile. "Copycat BSRD," he muttered, and kicked into a sharper burst. Izuku didn't look up. Every jump had to be perfect and every landing calculated. If one burst came out too strong or too short, he was going down and taking anyone underneath with him. The final island of track loomed closer. He pushed one last time and snapped forward into a low, hard landing that sent a shock through his knees. He had second place back, but still wasn't close enough to feel Todoroki's cold edge bleeding into the air. The field ahead was a glittering death trap of buried mines, each one a gleaming promise of disaster. Todoroki, cool and unbothered, carved himself a frosted path across the danger zone. Bakugo snarled, blasting forward in messy bursts, each explosion threatening to set off more mines. And then there was Izuku. "Oh, what's this?" Present Mick's voice cracked with excitement. "Our dark horse is gaining ground. Midoriya's not slowing down, folks, he's speeding up." Izuku's heart raced on his chest. "I can win this. I can't just keep up, I have to prove I can outpace them. I can make this minefield work for me." He planted his foot squarely on a buried charge. The explosion roared, light and fire swallowing him whole. Only for a shimmering barrier to snap into place around him. The force shield buckled but held. Kinetic energy rattled in his bones, wild and begging to be released. In no way he didn't just. Present Mick's voice cracked again. Izuku gritted his teeth, funneling it all into kinetic boost. The blast hurled him skyward like a human cannonball. His shield flared again on impact, cratering the dirt harmlessly beneath him. The momentum snapped forward into one final air cannon burst. And suddenly he was past the minefield. Past Todoroki. Past Bakugo. The stadium erupted in a chorus of disbelief and wild cheers. "He's done it." Midoriya takes the lead with a move straight out of a video game cutscene. Present Mike bellowed. Izuku staggered forward, chest heaving, hands trembling from the residual force. He couldn't stop the grin tugging at his mouth. "See? I can do it. Can do anything." The crowd was still screaming, half in awe and half in disbelief, when the camera feed cut to the finish line. Midoriya stood there breathing hard, wild-eyed, the dirt at his feet still smoking from the residual energy of the detonations he had turned into a launch pad. In the stands, Tuya let out a low whistle through his teeth, arms folded lazily across his chest. "Second place, huh? Guess Shoto's ice-only campaign didn't get him as far as he thought." He bit the inside of his cheek to stifle a laugh, but his eyes glittered with amusement. Serves him right. What's the point of making a stance if you still come up short? Beside him, Tenko didn't bother to look. His gaze stayed fixed on the screen as the green-haired first-year drank in the roaring applause. "He's showing off just like him," Yoichi's voice snapped in his head, sharp and scornful. "Power for spectacle and to dazzle the crowd. You think they care about control? About restraint? The public will eat this up and demand more. It's exactly what my brother would do." Tenko's fingers curled against the railing. He hated how true that sounded. "Not bad for a so-called quirkless nobody," Tuya added, side-eyeing Tenko with mock innocence. "He's nothing like you though. What's in supporting him for ya?" Tenko finally tore his eyes away, shooting him an exhausted glare. "Shut up." Tuya smirked, leaning back in his seat, thoroughly entertained by both Midoriya's stunt and Tenko's refusal to play along. In the faculty box, All Might exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He didn't cheer, couldn't not with the staff around him and the cameras everywhere, but the tension in his shoulders eased when Midoriya's name lit up first on the board. He'd chosen well. Garaki could sneer all he wanted about wasted potential. Midoriya Izuku wasn't Shigaraki Zen, and he didn't need to be. The boy had his own way of bearing that impossible power, reckless though it was, and All Might could only pray the world would see the courage beneath the spectacle. Endeavor, 2 seats down, didn't smile. His brows furrowed as the boy's name was announced to the world. Midoriya Izuku. He all but spat it under his breath. Enji's gaze flicked toward the giant screens replaying the finish. The boy's recklessness, the explosion, the shield catching the blast. It wasn't a polished maneuver, it was raw hunger dressed up as instinct. It reminded him of Tuya's self-immolation, of Shoto's cold stubbornness. It was the same threadbare desperation in a different packaging. But what struck him most was the audience's reaction. Cheers, awe, a storm of approval Midoriya hadn't even needed to earn yet. Endeavor's fingers curled into fists. Tuya pushed himself past breaking to get scraps of that applause during his own time at UA. Shoto was built for it but stubbornly refused to take it. And this brat? He just waltzed in and stole it with nothing but raw chance on his side? His lip curled. No, this wasn't chance. This was another obstacle. Another reminder that victory couldn't be left up to fate whims, it had to be seized. Beside him, All Might finally exhaled, quiet and steady. "He'll do fine," he muttered almost to himself. "He has what it takes." Endeavor didn't answer. He was too busy watching the boy watching the cameras drink him in, calculating which of his sons would crush him first. The 15-minute break was chaos. Students clustered in knots across the arena floor, voices overlapping as alliances were struck and rejected just as quickly. Izuku stood a little apart, Uraraka bouncing nervously at his side while Hatsum was already trying to strap a jetpack onto his back. Come on, Mr. 10 million points. With my babies boosting you, we'll be unstoppable." Hatsum chirped, tugging on a strap like she was tightening bolts on a war machine. Uraraka clapped her hands together. "I'll keep us light, we'll be quick, really quick. We just need one more teammate, right? Someone strong for balance." Izuku nodded, scanning the crowd. He could already feel the weight of stares on him. The invisible bullseye on his head was about to be manifested into reality. Anyone who joined his team would be marked too. That thought made his stomach tighten, but a shadow fell across him. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Hitoshi Shinso stood there, hands shoved deep in his pockets, his posture too casual to hide the edge of nerves in his eyes. His voice was steady, though, when he spoke. "I want in." Shinso shrugged, looking anywhere but Izuku. "Your team's already the biggest target. Doesn't matter who else joins, you'll still have every head turned your way. I don't have the flashiest quirk for this kind of event," but his eyes finally met Izuku's, determined despite the quiet tone. "I can keep up. And I don't want to lose my spot in 1A just because I couldn't get picked in a popularity contest." Izuku tilted his head, studying him. Shinsu's words weren't dramatic. They were practical, blunt, but most importantly, honest. He sounds like me, Izuku thought suddenly. Back before I had anything to show for myself. He didn't even hesitate. "Yeah," Izuku said, smiling just enough to take the edge off Shinsu's stiffness. "Join us." Uraraka's mouth fell open. "Wait, just like that?" "Just like that," Izuku confirmed. I said it before, I can handle the heavy lifting. But this isn't a one-man show. I'd rather have someone I can trust to hold steady under pressure than someone flashy who'll break when things get rough. Shinsu's brows rose slightly. He seemed just as surprised as Izuku's other two teammates, but then he nodded, slipping closer into the small circle they formed. Whispers rose around them immediately. Midoriya picked him? Why not someone strong, like Kirishima? That guy? What's he even gonna do in a cavalry battle? Izuku ignored it all, folding his arms and letting himself grin with an air of not entirely well-founded confidence. Let them talk, he muttered under his breath. They won't see us coming. The cavalry battle was chaos on stilts. 11 other teams scattered like wolves around fresh meat, circling Izuku's group from the first second midnight blew the whistle. The 10 million point headband was strapped to his forehead. They were a walking target. Every eye burned into his back. Uraraka was ready to make them float just high enough to take off the strain from the work Hatsume's gadgets did. Hatsume herself squealed over another humming gadget strapped to Izuku's back that could make them fly, but that looked about as safe as nitroglycerin. Shinso, perched steady behind him, was silent, his posture tense and eyes flicking at the swarm closing in. It's fine, Izuku told himself, trying to shake off his lingering nerves. I've got this. We've got this. Force shields bloomed around them, translucent arcs catching the first wave of challengers. He shoved back with air cannons, the recoil rattling his teeth, but their team kept moving. The gasps from the crowd grew with every failed grab. See? Untouchable. That should have been enough. It was enough. Soon it was only Todoroki and Bakugo pressing the hardest against him. Deku! Bakugo snarled from above, sparks crackling at his palms. Hand over the headband before I blow your diamond team apart. Todoroki's ice surged like a tidal wave. Not even a moment later, his team gliding forward with cold, brutal precision. His eyes were locked only on Izuku. The shield strained. Each impact from their attacks shuddered up Izuku's arms, and he tasted copper in his mouth. His chest tightened, breath hitching. The shield's weight limit? I can't keep this up if they both keep pressing. Zen's voice cut through his panic to scold him. Don't even think about it. Don't you dare. They want me cornered? Fine. They want my blood. Izuku, teeth bared, leaned forward on his teammate's shoulders. His lips parted, then he spat blood at Kaken's face. Uraraka nearly dropped him. What, Izuku? Are you okay? Even Hatsume snapped out of her manic glee. Oh, that's disgusting, but the marketability. Bakugo reeled back midair, wiping red off his cheek, his expression swinging violently between rage and horrified disgust. The hell is wrong with you, Deku? Todoroki's advance stuttered, his eyes narrowing. That's not part of the quirk he registered. Izuku's expression didn't waver. His pulse hammered and his teammates panicked under him, but he stayed locked on his rivals like a predator. Keep your eyes open. I've got more than you think. You idiot, Zen snapped, his usually composed demeanor nowhere to be seen. Bloodlet wasn't meant to be used like that. You're supposed to pull it back, not. But Izuku wasn't listening. He was smiling, reckless and wild, even as his vision swam and his team scrambled under the strain. The shield flickered but held. For a split second, silence rippled over the stadium audience and pros alike, wondering if UA had just let a chronically ill child compete on their biggest stage. And during that moment, with Kaken wiping blood from his face and Todoroki's ice stalling in doubt, Izuku felt untouchable. The air stunt put Izuku's team on top, literally, but it wouldn't last long enough. The jetpack sputtered. Hatsume insisted it was working as intended as it spinned and jolted them around in the air. Shinso was green in the face, muttering, I could have just joined a B-class meat shield team. Why did I think this was safe? Uraraka was barely keeping them balanced, floating their weight off every time Izuku launched another reckless blast. Below, the battlefield was littered with frozen bodies and dazed challengers from Todoroki and Kaminari's joint attack. Only a handful of teams remained standing, and all those eyes were on Izuku's 10 million point headband. Bakugo had gone feral. Minoma kept copying his and his teammates' quirks while mocking their every move, shouting commentary loud enough to rile the crowd. "Oh look, Boom Boom Boy can't even protect his own headband. How embarrassing!" Kirishima and Siro desperately tried to keep Bakugo's rage pointed in one direction. It was chaos, but it conveniently kept both those teams too busy to target Izuku directly. Todoroki, on the other hand, wasn't distracted. His team was clean and precise, Yaoyorozu whipping up anchors, Kaminari keeping up their defense, and Ida using his engines to slingshot them forward across Todoroki's ice highway. They were closing in fast. Shinso looked terrified. "He's going to kill us." "Izuku, the shield's cracking." Uraraka shouted in a panic, trying not to be mad at Hatsum, who was ecstatic about being able to collect more stress testing data. Izuku, dizzy but stubborn, leaned into it. Todoroki lunged. The tip of his fingers brushed the shield, frost began spidering across it. Izuku roared, pushing every last shred of energy into air cannons boosted with kinetic force, trying to spin their whole contraption out of reach. His nose started bleeding again. He coughed, blood splattering across the inside of the shield. And then, because he was a menace, he used bloodlet deliberately, spitting a streak of red downward to disrupt Todoroki's team's footing. It was grotesque. The crowd gasped, Midnight hesitated, was that legal? While Mina and Kaminari faltered at the sheer gross factor. "You're insane," Todoroki shouted, not even angry. He looked unsettled. He felt like he just saw someone fight as recklessly as his older brother used to. And Izuku didn't care. He grinned, blood on his teeth. "I'm winning." Time ran out and the horn blared. Izuku's team somehow still had the 10 million point headband strapped on his head. The shield fizzled and collapsed. Izuku slumped forward, pale and shaking but grinning through bloody teeth. Uraraka was trying to hold him up, frantic. Hatsum was already sketching version 2 schematics on her arm with Izuku's blood as ink, but their other teammate, Hitoshi Shinso, didn't appear to share the same enthusiasm. The pros in the observation booth were split down the middle, some fascinated by his ingenuity, others horrified by the recklessness. The cameras zeroed in on Izuku, sweat-streaked with blood drying at the corner of his mouth. His smile was shaky and wild. It almost said, "I can do anything." But up on the sidelines, Zen's voice cut in his head. "That was reckless. Wasn't the quirk from earlier enough? But it worked, didn't it? Listen carefully, brat. Arrogance has to be earned. You do not get to pull crap like that without having absolute certainty that you can get away with it. And either way, aren't you supposed to be better than that?" Izuku sighed heavily, refusing to let the words sink in. He won. That's what mattered. After the battle was over, Uraraka stuck close to Izuku, clearly worried, while Shinso remained dead silent, staring at nowhere while rethinking all of his life choices. Then Aizawa cornered Izuku in the hallway, All Might looming awkwardly behind him. "You're an idiot," Aizawa said flatly. His scarf twitched at his side like a leash straining against his temper. "We trained you to control your quirks, not to improvise theatrics with parts of them you haven't mastered. What the hell was that stunt with the blood?" Izuku flinched, then tried to stand taller. I had to do something. If I didn't shake them off, they would've." "You nearly shook yourself off," Aizawa snapped. "Don't you get it? This isn't just about you. You had a team depending on you, and you used an ability you can't handle. You could have cost all 4 of you the match." All Might stepped in then, hands raised in half-hearted reassurance. "Young Midoriya, what Eraserhead is trying to say is, we didn't cover that ability in your training yet. That was dangerous, reckless, and," he faltered, "and you can't afford to act like that for now. Not with that quirk." Izuku's face burned. He looked between them, teacher and mentor both glaring down at him, and forced a smile. "But it didn't matter. See? I used it and I'm fine. I even made it useful. And it's not like it was the only time I had to force kinetic boost to come out during the obstacle race too. It's not a problem." Both men froze. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. "And he's forcing manifestations on his own now. Fantastic." All Might looked like he might actually keel over. His earlier thoughts about Izuku being a good successor echoed bitterly in his ears, but nothing more. "Young Midoriya, he started, his voice quiet. You can't keep treating every fight like it's life or death. If you push all four, he cut himself off, glancing around at the crowded hall. If you push your quirk like this again, it won't be villains you're fighting. The one fighting will be Dr. Ujiko trying to patch you together in the ER. But Izuku only pressed his lips together, nodding absently. His mind was already ahead, chasing the next match, the next chance to prove himself. A problem child indeed. The halls outside the stadium still hummed with chatter, students rushing to claim their lunch before the cafeteria lines overflowed. Izuku had the same goal: food first, worry later when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, thumb hovering over the screen. The same caller ID flashed again. He swallowed thickly, then answered. Hey, Mom. Izuku. Her voice cracked so loud it made him wince. I saw what you did with the mines. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You could have, a sob cut through her words. You could have died, Izuku. His mouth went dry. For all the scolding Aizawa and All Might had thrown at him just prior, nothing hit quite like this. Mom, I had it under control, I swear. No, you didn't. Her words trembled between breaths, panic spilling out without a filter. You were blasted into the air like Izuku. I thought you were going to fall and break every bone in your body. And then you started coughing up blood during that other event and I thought you would actually die, and I don't understand. Why are you pushing yourself like this? Why are you, she choked. Why are you hurting yourself? His throat tightened. He wanted to say because I have to. Because everyone's watching. Because if I don't win, I'll be nothing but the boy with the villain's quirk. Instead, he muttered, that I can't just quit, Mom. Yes, you can. Her voice broke, fierce and desperate all at once. You're my son. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. Just please, Izuku, come home. Before you get even more hurt. His fingers dug into the phone, nails scratching the plastic. He could hear her crying softly now, and it brought the vivid image of the helpless tears that had filled his childhood whenever she thought he wasn't looking. And beneath it all, another voice, low, poisonous, fogging his better judgment. She doesn't understand. You're meant for more. You'll show them all. You'll show her too. He squeezed his eyes shut. That I'll be careful. I promise. It wasn't an answer, not really. But it was the best he could give her. Izuku, her voice cracked again, but then she whispered, please. Just be safe. The line went dead. He lowered the phone slowly, staring at the dark screen as his chest ached. That was your mother, wasn't it? Todoroki Shoto was leaning casually against the wall just a few feet away. He'd clearly been waiting for him. Izuku flushed, stuffing his phone back into his pocket. Why, sorry. I didn't realize you were. She sounded worried. Todoroki cut in, blunt as ever. It must be nice to have a parent who cares that much. Izuku opened his mouth to ask what that was supposed to mean, but Todoroki pushed off the wall to approach him. I've been meaning to talk to you. About your quirk. About you. Just like that, the heavy guilt from his mother's tears curdled into a very different kind of tension. You spit pressurized blood during the cavalry battle. That wasn't air cannon, Todoroki continued, tilting his head slightly. Was it? It's complicated. His gaze didn't waver. You remind me of my brother. What? He used to push himself until his body broke, Todoroki said, voice measured, but beneath it, there was something brittle. No matter how much it hurt him, because he thought that was the only way to prove himself. Even now, he claims the HPSC fixed whatever issues he had, but I can't bring myself to believe it. Izuku stared at him, a dozen retorts bubbling up. I'm not your brother. I can handle this. I have to handle this. But the rawness in Shoto's tone cut through the fog in his head. He was hurting. Izuku's voice softened despite himself. I get it. You want to help your family and be more than what your dad wants you to be. Shoto's eyes flicked up, startled for the briefest second before narrowing again. Don't act like you understand me. I don't, Izuku admitted. But I know what it's like to be trapped by what people expect from you. His grip tightened on his phone. Shoto studied him for a long moment, then quietly he said, be careful, or you'll end up like him. Before Izuku could answer, Shoto turned and walked away, leaving him with his mother's broken voice and a warning echoing in his head. Everyone's words tangled and intertwined together until he couldn't tell which guilt pressed harder. And through it all, his stomach growled, reminding him he still hadn't eaten. Just lunch. For once, could he please just have lunch? Izuku slouched as he stood in the field, stomach growling loud enough that Uraraka kept shooting him worried looks. "I'm fine," he muttered, which was the lie of the century. At least that mental quirk wasn't there to make him feel shittier than what he already did over a harmless lie. Everyone's been weird today, and I didn't even get to eat lunch. Why is everyone suddenly so obsessed with telling me how to live my life? Uraraka hummed softly, wanting to soothe but also not wanting to feed into his spiral. Maybe eat something quickly after this? You look like you'll faint. Izuku groaned, dragging his hands over his face. He didn't even have time to retort before Midnight's voice rose and the giant screen above the arena flickered on. And here are our randomized matchups for the first round. Names appeared in bold, split into pairs. Izuku's eyes snagged on his own instantly. Midoriya Izuku versus Minoma Nito. A chill crawled down his neck. He didn't like the way it looked, his name bracketed right up against someone else's. And he really didn't like the way Minoma, across the waiting area, caught his gaze and grinned like a cat who'd cornered a mouse. Izuku's stomach twisted harder than hunger ever could. He already knew what Minoma's quirk was. Copy. All it would take was one touch. Don't let him touch you. That's all. Just don't let him. The match started. Midnight signaled and Minoma came at him immediately with that too-wide grin. So this is the miracle boy from one. The one every pro's whispering about. Izuku smiled, tight-lipped. Let's just have a good match. Oh, I will. And I'll even let you see what your quirk looks like in competent hands. Izuku tried to push him back with a quick air cannon burst, but his arms were heavy. His focus lagged just a half second, and that was all it took. Fingers clamped around his forearm. Minoma's smirk split wider. Got you. And then, nothing. Confusion flickered across his face. Minoma squeezed tighter, hoping he could force the quirk to activate. What? 1 second, 2 seconds. Minoma's smile faltered. 3 seconds. The world tilted. When Minoma looked at Izuku, his gaze didn't land on him anymore, it landed through him. It didn't take long to figure out why. His vision went black at the edges, but not from unconsciousness, from a presence filling it. Curious little thief. The voice wasn't loud, it came from the inside. Thick and smooth, curling around his thoughts like smoke. You think to take from me? Minoma gasped, but his lungs wouldn't work. He could feel his own heartbeat in his ears. Then take it all. It was not an offer. A deluge of power slammed into Nito, quirks upon quirks, slamming into his neurons faster than he could process them. Too many, too loud, too wrong. His body jerked, knees buckling. His grip on Izuku dropped, but the echo of that voice stayed lodged in his mind. The arena's sound faded in just enough time for him to hear himself screaming. The crowd went dead quiet. Izuku felt like dying. He really messed up this time. He'd seen this before, felt this before, strapped to cold metal while AFO's infinite weight poured into him. The burn in the veins. The skull-cracking pressure. The choking weight of 100 voices shrieking at once. It was the same agony that left him hoarse from screaming until his voice broke. It was like watching his own reflection writhe on the ground. No, 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 stop, stop, make it stop. Izuku tried to choke back tears. All thoughts he had were burned out of him by Minoma's screaming, but he couldn't do anything to help him. He could only stand frozen as Minoma thrashed on the floor. The crowd erupted into chaos, and Present Mic's voice pierced the static in his ears. What just happened? Midoriya, did he Midnight do something? A whistle shrieked. Midnight called the match, medical bots rushing into the field. Izuku stood stock still in the arena, chest heaving and hands trembling. He won by default. But it didn't feel like a victory. Tenko knew he should have kept quiet, kept his eyes on the arena and his mouth shut like it had been drilled onto him. Part of him felt like he shouldn't have come at all. But ever since the end of the cavalry battle, when that kid stumbled above his teammates' shoulders with blood on his lips and mania in his eyes, Something had been gnawing in Tenko's gut. Tuya had noticed too, of course. Tuya noticed everything and never let it go. "You're awful invested in that one," he'd muttered beside Tenko, grin in place. "What? Feel threatened by the ex-squirkless runt? Or is he just your type?" Tenko had clenched his fists in his lap and said nothing. The commission loved Solar Flare because he played the game, grinning for cameras while privately twisting the knife. Stardust wasn't built for it. He just wanted to make sure kids like this didn't burn out the way he almost had. Then the first 1-versus-1 match ended with one kid carried away on a stretcher with a throat too raw to keep screaming, and the winner stayed behind, looking beyond dissociated. Tenko's stomach sank as he saw the kid stagger at the announcement. His smile was gone, shoulders hunched tight, his gaze wild. Prey. That's what it was. He looked like cornered prey that didn't know whether to bolt or bite. It wasn't like nobody saw they were on live TV, for FS sake, but nobody cared enough to move or do anything at all because their fear was stronger. "He's fine. You're projecting again. Don't confuse his path with yours." Tenko's nails dug into his palms. "Shut up," he whispered before he realized. Tuya leaned sideways, smirk widening. "What was that? Getting a little heated, Stardust?" Tenko didn't answer. He was already on his feet, ignoring the protocol screaming in his head. He couldn't watch this kid implode while everyone clapped for the show. He'd been that kid. He knew how quickly the ground could crumble. He left Tuya's voice behind in the stands, cutting through the bowels of the stadium until he saw him Midoriya trying to slip unnoticed down the corridor, stumbling like a marionette with frayed strings. Tenko's chest tightened. His own reflection flashed in the boy's expression, 5 years old and trembling, staring down at hands that had just erased his father from existence. "Kid." Midoriya froze, eyes wide and wrong, like the sound alone was too much. Tenko raised his hands carefully. "I'm here to help. You don't have to." The boy flinched like Tenko had struck him, breath shallow and skin gone pale. His knees buckled and Tenko barely caught him before he cracked his head on the floor. "Hey." Tenko's heart punched hard against his ribs. "Stay with me, come and breathe." But Midoriya wasn't hearing him. His eyes fluttered, half open and unfocused. Tenko could feel the tremor in his shoulders, quirk roaring wild under his skin. Tenko's throat closed. He shook his head hard enough to make it ache. He tried to keep his hands steady, don't shake, supporting Midoriya's weight as the kid's head lolled against his shoulder. Shallow breaths, too fast. Not good. Not good at all. Then he heard another voice, this one outside his own head. "Well, isn't this a effing sight?" Tenko didn't look up. He couldn't. Looking up meant snapping, and snapping meant don't think it, don't think it, don't think it. Tuya's footsteps echoed closer. Our golden Stardust, caught red-handed with a half-dead kid in the hallway. "You've really outdone yourself." "Shut up." Tenko's voice cracked raw. He adjusted Midoriya carefully, making sure the boy's airway stayed open. "Tuya scared. Relax, I'm not accusing you. Not out loud, anyway. Just making an observation. You know, he looked more terrified of you than whoever he just fought." A jagged inhale caught in Tenko's throat. "He's in shock. You wouldn't understand." Maybe not." Tuya leaned against the wall, grin sharp in the low light. "But the HPSC? They'd love a little footage of this." Stardust, alone with a vulnerable student, muttering to himself while the kid looks like prey. He tilted his head. "What kind of story do you think that makes?" Yoichi's hiss pressed hot in the back of Tenko's skull. "They already think you're unstable. Do it now, seal the cycle before it devours you both." Tenko squeezed his eyes shut. "No." Tuya perked. "Not you," Tenko rasped, forcing breath through clenched teeth. "Not him either. Just F-. Leave." Tuya chuckled low, amused by the fracture. "See, Stardust, that's the problem. You sound guilty. And I don't even need to say a thing, do I? Anyone who saw you like this would fill in the blanks for me." Midoriya stirred faintly, a choked noise escaping his throat. Tenko snapped his head down instantly, steadying him, murmuring half-formed reassurance. "Careful now," he said softly, mock-concerned. "Wouldn't want the country's sweetheart to catch you cradling him like that, would ya?" Tenko's stomach twisted, the floor swaying beneath him. Get him out. Get him help. Don't listen. His voice scraped out hoarse, almost breaking. If you don't mean to help, then shut your effing mouth. The air in the corridor grew suddenly, intensely hot. Endeavor's voice cut through the hallway, sharp and impatient. What is the meaning of this? Tuya's smirk didn't just fade, it was incinerated under the weight of that glare. He straightened up, a lifetime of conditioned response overriding his bravado. Tenko didn't need to look up. He knew that voice, that presence, that oppressive heat. Great, just what we needed. The number 2 disaster. Endeavor's burning eyes scanned the scene in a nanosecond. His failure of a sun looming, the rescue hero Stardust on the floor cradling an unconscious UA student, the palpable tension of a situation spiraling out of control. His lip curled in disgust. This was unprofessional. Solar flare. Endeavor bit out, the hero name sounding like an insult. Explain. Now. Tuya recovered, throwing his hands up in a gesture of mock innocence. Hey, I'm just a concerned citizen. Stardust here seems to have a habit of hovering over troubled kids, and I. Silence. The word cracked through the air. Endeavor took a step forward, his shadow engulfing them. Your commentary is useless. If you are not assisting, you are obstructing. Remove yourself. The command was absolute. Tuya looked like he wanted to fight, to spit back some retort, but years of being under that man's heel left a mark. With a final, venomous glance at Tenko, he turned and stalked away, his own flames flickering in sullen frustration. Endeavor's gaze then fell upon Tenko. It wasn't concerned. It was assessing, like an engineer looking at a structural flaw. Status report. Is he breathing? Did he sustain a head injury? Tenko, thrown by the sudden shift from psychological torture to a brutal triage assessment, stammered. He's breathing. Just passed out. So I think his quirk. It did something to him. Endeavor grunted, unimpressed by the lack of concrete details. He knelt, a surprisingly swift, efficient movement for a man of his size, and pressed 2 fingers to Izuku's neck. Pulse is rapid but strong. No obvious trauma. He looked back at Tenko, his expression utterly contemptuous. Why have you not called for medical personnel? The comms. The system's overwhelmed. The copy kid, Monoma, he's worse off, they took all the excuses. Endeavor snapped, cutting him off. He pulled out his own high-spec comm unit, bypassing UA's overwhelmed system entirely. This is Endeavor. I require an immediate medical team to the secondary prep corridor, South Wing. Student down, non-critical but unconscious. Cause unknown. He clipped the comm back to his belt without waiting for a reply. His eyes locked back onto Tenko. Your sentiment is noted, Stardust, but your execution is lacking. Cradling him in a hallway is not a medical protocol. It is a spectacle. He stood, looming once more. The staff's negligence is a separate issue. Your duty was to find a solution, not become part of the problem. Before Tenko could form a response whether to thank him or decay the floor under his feet, Endeavor was already turning to leave, his job done. Stay with him until the team arrives. And control your muttering. It's unprofessional. And with that, the flame hero was gone, leaving Tenko alone in the suddenly cold hallway, a still unconscious Izuku in his arms, and the echoing, scathing critique of one of the most powerful heroes in Japan ringing in his ears. Attention, everyone! Due to medical concerns, Midoriya Izuku and Monoma Nito will be withdrawing from the tournament. Their safety comes first. We'll be reshuffling brackets and announcing the new matchups shortly. The cheer that usually followed Midnight's announcements didn't come. The crowd was still reeling from what they'd just seen, Monoma writhing like he'd been electrocuted, Midoriya pale, distant and eyes wide like prey caught under a hawk's shadow. In the locker rooms, Class 1A exchanged looks amongst each other. What the hell happened to him? Kirishima muttered. Cheater got what was coming. Bakugo spat automatically, but even he looked rattled. Tisich, DMN Deku. Couldn't even last long enough for me to tear him apart myself. Uraraka fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve, voice small. Didn't look okay even before the match. Beside her, Ida adjusted his glasses with mechanical precision. If Midoriya is hospitalized, then he truly must have pushed himself beyond acceptable limits. I should have spoken up sooner. Todoroki simply stood still. He had warned Midoriya, hadn't he? He had pushed too hard, just like Tuya, body burning out from within. His chest tightened with something that wasn't triumph. When Kaminari leaned over to ask if he was okay, Shoto only murmured, "Called it." Izuku stirred awake world heavy and blurred the first thing he saw being his mom's tear-streaked face. She clutched his hands so tight it hurt. "Izuku." Her voice broke. You promised me you'd be careful. I told you, if it was too much, you should stop. Why didn't you stop? You collapsed, Izuku. I thought. Her breath hitched and she pressed her free hand to her mouth. Mom. His own voice rasped, guilt curling hot in his gut. He wanted to tell her it wasn't as bad as it looked, that he could handle it, but the memory of Monoma convulsing and the firestorm in his own head cut through the excuse before he could shape it. He squeezed her hand weakly. I'm sorry. I had to prove. Prove what? Her tone sharpened with rare steel. That you can destroy yourself before you've even become a hero? That's not proving anything, Izuku. His chest constricted tighter than any quirk strain. He couldn't meet her eyes. Inko's voice rose, months of bottled worry spilling over. I let myself believe you were okay, that you'd finally found your place. But now, Izuku, it looks like you're tearing yourself apart just to pretend you have a quirk. The words slammed into him harder than any opponent had so far. His throat locked. Pretend? All Might stepped in, hands raised. Mrs. Midoriya, I assure you, this is no pretense. Young Midoriya's quirk is very real. Inko rounded on him with fire in her eyes. And what do you know about it, All Might? You show up out of nowhere, and suddenly my quirkless son has powers he can't control. He's bleeding, fainting, hiding things from me. Do you have any idea how this looks? Izuku tried to speak again, voice hoarse and desperate. Mom, it's not like that. Please, this is what I want. No. What I saw today, that wasn't you wanting anything. That was you suffering. And I will not let this dream cost me my son. Inko was still crying quietly. Izuku slumped against his pillows in guilt-ridden silence when the door slid open. Aizawa stepped in. He wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but there was no way he was leaving now that he'd heard half of this mess. I'll be brief. He looked straight at All Might first, tone deceptively casual. I warned you he was going to burn himself out. You told him to announce himself to the world with a bang, and now look. He's flat on his back and he hasn't even stepped on the field yet. All Might stiffened, mouth opening, but Aizawa kept going. I don't care how flashy his quirk is, or whose attention it attracts. He's still a first-year student. If you can't set boundaries, then someone else will. I'm not letting him drag his classmates down with him. Drag his classmates down? Aizawa glanced at Inko, gentler. He means well. But if he keeps overreaching, someone else is going to pay the price. And Mrs. Midoriya, I'm guessing you'd rather it stop before it comes to that. Inko's face crumpled again, but she nodded. Toshinori started to protest, eraser, but Aizawa's glare cut him down mid-word. I'm not your enemy. I'm his homeroom teacher. And I don't need to know where this quirk came from to see it's killing him. Izuku felt pinned under 3 different kinds of disappointment. His mother's fear, All Might's guilt, and Aizawa's cold pragmatism. He wanted to scream that he could handle it, that they're all underestimating him, but the words wouldn't come. Not when all 3 of them looked at him like he was already broken. Hero analysis for the future, volume new quirk, kinetic boost. Activation seems linked to adrenaline levels and physical exertion. Effect, enhances speed, jump height, and recovery of balance after impact. Note, probably shouldn't use bloodlet after it, or in combination with air cannon. Can be dangerous if not handled carefully. Everyone is making a big deal out of things, but it's not that bad. Really. I know what I'm doing. Besides, people have bigger problems out there. Like Ingenium, I saw the news about him being attacked by the so-called hero killer, Stain. Ida must feel awful. I tried texting him but he won't reply. Sad face. We have a few days off after the festival, so I've tried to rest, like Dr. Garaki said I should, But I can't relax. My brain won't stop. I keep seeing Stardust's hand reaching for me right before I fainted. He's supposed to be dangerous. My quirk thinks he's dangerous. But he didn't look dangerous. He looked scared. Almost kind. Maybe that's how One for All tricks people. Maybe I'm just exhausted. Maybe I'm going crazy. The white bards clacked as they were passed down the rows, Midnight's sing-song voice cutting through the chatter. Everyone was tossing names back and forth, laughing at the worst ones, defending their choices like their lives depended on it. Izuku felt it all pressing in on him. The board Kaken passed to him landed on his desk with a thunk. Izuku flinched, eyes darting up for half a second. Katsuki's scowl burned between his shoulder blades, and the unspoken "hurry up" nerd crawled down his spine. Maybe UA staff didn't know of their shared history, but it still felt like an awful idea to seat one behind the other. Izuku shook his head, forcing his marker near the board. The first thing that popped into his mind was embarrassingly childish. Mighty boy. He remembered scribbling that down in a notebook to show off to his mom when he was 4, after a long day of watching All Might specials on repeat. Or All Might Jr. Or, oh God, there'd been dozens. All awful, all clumsy attempts to be like someone else. His hand clenched around the marker. He could still see Kaken's sneer when Izuku had proudly told him the name he'd once picked out for him, Dynamite. Back when Kaken had still been a friend. Back when Izuku thought their plans for the future might matter. He should be excited, like everyone else, scribbling fast, grinning, full of fire. Instead, nothing came. Nothing felt right. The noise of the room muffled to a dull roar as frustration knotted in his chest. The marker twitched in his hand, and without thinking, his fingers moved. Letters took shape across the board in messy black strokes. By the time he blinked back into focus, he was staring at it. Singularity. The crushing weight of constituent matter falling in from all sides, compressing a dying star to a point of zero volume and infinite density. The words stared back at him. It felt as heavy as All for One itself. He almost erased it. Almost. But then Midnight called his name, all eyes turning toward him, and his body betrayed him. He stood, clutching the board close to his chest, and shuffled to the front. Singularity, he said. His voice cracked halfway through. Midnight adjusted her glasses and tapped the edge of Izuku's whiteboard with her nail. Singularity HM? A bit dark. I like the vibe, but remember your hero name should connect to your quirk or your approach to heroism. Care to elaborate? Dozens of eyes pinned him in place. Izuku swallowed hard, mind stuttering. How was he supposed to explain this? Well, he started, shifting his grip on the board. Singularity is, the core of a black hole. It's infinitely dense. Everything gets pulled into it, light, matter, time, nothing can escape. And, his voice faltered, then steadied with grim finality. That's what I am. Or at least what my quirk feels like. Midnight stared at him skeptically. That's certainly dramatic. Kirishima whispered, Dude, that's kinda metal. Kaminari leaned forward, eyebrows scrunched. Wait, but if nothing can escape, doesn't that mean like you'd crush yourself too? He hadn't meant to say that much. A laugh escaped him. That's the challenge, right? Kaken clicked his tongue, leaning back in his chair. Tis edgelord nerd. Uraraka, still clutching her board with Uravity written in big round letters, blurted out, Hey, at least it's not King Explosion Murder. The class erupted into snickers, a few people ribbing Kaken, with Midnight swooping in to scold and redirect. The moment slipped away. Izuku forced a smile, but the words still weighed heavy in his chest. Singularity. A hero name that was more a confession than something to aspire to be. Izuku stared at the list of agencies, tracing the top 2 names over and over with his eyes, hoping they'd shift into something less nightmarish. Endeavor Hero Agency. Todoroki-tia, Solar Flare. Disaster Relief Corps, 13th Division. Shimura Tenko, Stardust. This wasn't supposed to happen. He'd imagined maybe a handful of small agencies, maybe even no offers at all. A safe obscurity to lick his wounds after the festival, to rebuild before the next round of impossible pressure. Not this. Not Solar Flare, who probably only supported him because he beat Todoroki Shoto in his own game. Not Stardust, whose hand was the last thing he saw before he blacked out. Every line of the paper screamed, trap. They knew something they wouldn't have chosen him otherwise. His classmates were gathered around him, for whatever reason, chattering about their own stacks of offers. Kaken's pile looked like it might topple, and Todoroki's wasn't far behind. Even Ida and Uraraka had a decent spread. Izuku had less than 10, probably because his plans to stand out during the festival backfired in the worst way possible. Most of them were respectable but small regional pros, patrol-based agencies, a couple of rescue-focused units he actually admired. All the kinds of places he could disappear into and learn without standing out. But his eyes kept crawling back to the top two. The ones that made his chest tight and his skin prickle. This wasn't what he wanted. It wasn't what he'd planned, and yet. A spark flared in his chest, part dread, part stubborn resolve. If Stardust wanted him that badly, maybe this was his chance. His way to peel back the mask, to learn what he needed to know. Even if it terrified him. Izuku pressed the paper flat against the desk, trying to steady his hands. His mind was already running ahead, counting risks, weighing possibilities, spinning into what-ifs he wasn't ready for. And what happens if I say yes? Uraraka plopped down sideways on his desk, waving her paper at him with a grin. Gunhead picked me, so I'll be doing my internship there, she announced. He's a martial arts hero. Figure, I should learn close combat, you know? Just to broaden my scope before committing to anything. That's smart, Izuku said, smiling despite the coil of nerves in his chest. You'll get a lot out of it. She tilted her head. What about you? Where are you thinking? Maybe 13th Division. I need more rescue training. I really messed up at USJ, so... Wait, Mina cut in, leaning over Kaminari's shoulder to peer at Izuku's sheet. You got Endeavor's agency too? No way. That's, like, huge. Izuku wanted to shove the paper back into his bag, but it was too late. A ripple of interest spread around their little group. Solar flare? Kaminari whistled low. Guess he sees something in you, Midoriya? That's the number 3 hero. You can't just ignore that. Before Izuku could stammer out a response, a quiet voice cut across the din. Don't go. Everyone glanced over. Shoto had spoken without looking up from his desk. His pile of papers remained untouched, but his hand was clenched white around his pen. Todoroki? Shoto finally turned, words fierce but not unkind. You'll regret it. If Tuya's the one who pushed for you, his words stumbled as he forced them out. He'll just use you. To spite me or my father. Or both. Izuku shifted uncomfortably under the sudden attention. I don't think it's like that. You don't know him, Shoto interrupted. You don't know what my family is like. His voice faltered at the edges, raw honesty slipping through. Just don't get caught in it. You don't deserve that. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Uraraka, eyes darting between them, cleared her throat. Well, Izuku already said he was leaning toward 13, right? So it's fine. The tension eased slightly, chatter picking up again around them, but Izuku couldn't entirely shake off Shoto's words. His own burdens already felt impossible, and Shoto's were no lighter. But somehow, that made the weight of his own feel both heavier and a little less lonely. Tenko shuffled through the morning's Delverwai with careful fingers, skimming the crisp envelopes. Water bills, fan mail, an official statement from the HPC, his nails dug into the seam of that one, the one stamped with the UA seal. He just had to slip it into the inner pocket, no one would notice. This isn't a good time. Wait until the storm dies down when there's no risk of headlines tying the two of you together. Shut up. He almost expected someone real to answer back. But for once, luck appeared to be on his side. He scurried to his office, heart pounding the same way it did when he was 5 and trying to sneak hero merch into his room, because 13 might or might not be aware of what he's trying to pull by extending an internship offer. That would usually be his cue to feel bad and come clean, but then again, it would reflect badly on their division to backtrack an offer they made to one of UA's kids, so... He took a deep breath. He dimmed the lights of his office and drew the blinds tight before sitting down to tear the envelope open a little carelessly. That was okay. All that actually mattered was the paper spread in front of him, heavy with the weight of a boy's future. Class 1. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Hero name, Singularity. A dry laugh escaped him. You've got to be kidding me. History doesn't just repeat itself, it mocks you. Tenko rolled his eyes, but didn't answer. He smoothed out the paper, reminiscing. His own whiteboard flashed in memory, marker ink bleeding out Event Horizon in jagged letters, and what he said back then to try and justify it. It's not about destroying things. It's about inevitability. Everything has an event horizon, a point of no return. A moment where change becomes permanent and unstoppable. My quirk doesn't destroy, it just accelerates that process. It reveals the final state of things. I don't end things, I complete them. Eraserhead, hearing this, grunted and said, "It's accurate." A bit dramatic, but accurate, which made Tenko feel briefly vindicated before he had to swallow the bitter taste of disappointment when present Mike inevitably overruled them both. Wow, listeners, that's and also supervillain coded. We're going for hope, remember? Let's workshop this. Stardust had been born out of compromise, but deep down, Event Horizon had remained as a splinter under his skin. And now this kid, this fragile, breaking kid, had written down the one thing that was even worse. The core of the black hole itself. Tenko rubbed at his eyes with the heel of his hand. He was somewhat aware that he was overstepping his boundaries, in the same way he did when he rushed to aid Midoriya during the festival. And still, he couldn't help it. He could live with the guilt of lying to his mentor 13 to his friend Ainen about steering clear from UA's students. He could live with the fallout, and possibly the end of his career, if Solar Flare decided to spread unsavory rumors about him. But he couldn't just stand still and watch Midoriya collapse under the weight of his own power, whatever it was called, whatever Yoichi claimed it was. That much he was sure of. Said guilt didn't come until later, when the paperwork was already filed and it was late to take anything back. And so 2 days later, when 13 arrived at their division office and found a green-haired boy nervously clutching a briefcase in the lobby, asking for Stardust by name, Tenko's entire stomach dropped. It wasn't a hypothetical anymore. It wasn't quiet, guilty indulgence. Singularity was here. And Tenko was the reason why. Izuku smoothed his palms over his uniform pants for the 5th time, the strap of his briefcase cutting into sweaty fingers. He rehearsed the line again in his head, "Thank you for the opportunity, I'll work hard, I won't let you down." But when Stardust finally appeared at the top of the stairs with 13 beside him, the words stuck in his throat. I'm sorry, did my application form not make it to the agency? Midoriya?" 13's voice was polite, but there was a crease in the helmet's visor that sounded like suspicion. "We did get your application." Yes. Sorry, I wasn't sure if it actually went through because, he said, wincing. Something crawled under his skin the way it always did when Stardust drew too close. His quirk stirred against it, restless. He forced a smile anyway, because it seemed like maybe there was a mistake? A mistake, 13 repeated, almost thoughtful. Their gaze flicked sideways, helmet tilting toward the man at their shoulder. Stardust didn't move or even look in their direction. "I wouldn't say that, but," 13 continued, voice light in a way that wasn't reassuring at all, "it is a little unusual that you'd choose to intern here. Our division specializes in large-scale disaster relief. Evacuations, collapses, floods. It's not the kind of training students usually seek out unless they're committed to that path." The implication hung heavy in the air, so why are you really here? But Izuku heard something else entirely. "Who forced you to be here?" I wanted this." His voice cracked, panic bubbling out without him meaning to. He ducked his head, words tumbling desperately. "At USJ I completely froze during your lesson. I couldn't learn anything. I thought if I interned here, then maybe I could learn how to use what I have for rescue instead of..." He broke off, hands clenching. "Instead of just destroying." 13 didn't answer immediately. Stardust, though he finally stirred, a humorless twist to his mouth. "Destructive powers make for good rescue, huh?" he muttered, just low enough that it could have been to himself. Izuku flinched, but forced a nod. Why yes? I think so. If I can learn to control it. Something wrong was threading under his skin, echoing in the way Stardust's eyes caught his. They didn't look like an enemy's eyes, not the way All Might had warned him. They just looked tired. 13 cleared their throat. Very well. Midoriya, you'll shadow Stardust directly. We'll evaluate from there. Izuku exhaled shakily, relief mixed with dread. Stardust forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes and beckoned him toward the hall. His hands trembled as he reached for his suitcase. Let's get you started, Singularity. After orientation, Stardust led him down narrow streets away from the bustle of the city center. His hands were stuffed in the pockets of a jacket too casual for a pro hero. Izuku jogged a few steps to keep up, his notebook clutched tight. Are we headed to the disaster training grounds? He asked. No, Tenko said flatly. We're not starting with drills. Then, what are we? Observation. Tenko gestured at the people around them. Commuters on bikes, a mother tugging her toddler along, a shopkeeper unlocking their door. This is rescue work. It isn't dramatic. It's not about pulling people out of burning buildings every day. It's about keeping your eyes open for the small things. A stumble before it becomes a fall. The best way to help? Prevention. Izuku nodded, trying to scribble notes even as his face burned. That was obvious, wasn't it? He wanted drills, instructions, anything to prove he could do it. But all Stardust was doing was walking. The pro hero didn't seem to notice, or maybe he did, and that was the point. He slowed near a crosswalk where an elderly man was struggling with too many grocery bags. Without a word, he bent, took half the load, and carried them across. No flashy announcement. Just helping. Izuku watched, his heart twisting. When Tenko rejoined him, he spoke without looking over. Your generation gets caught up chasing recognition. Flashy powers, flashy victories, flashy names. You'll burn yourself out if that's all you're aiming for. Izuku flinched, the ink of his pen smudging on the page. He wanted to argue, to say it wasn't about flash, it was about proving himself, proving All Might hadn't been wrong to choose him, proving he wasn't a mistake. But the words died. Because wasn't that the same thing, just in a different costume? Tenko cleared his throat, fishing for something lighter. How's that boy? The one from the festival. The copycat. His notebook nearly slipped from his hands. Tenko glanced at him, brow creasing. I figured you'd know. Out of principle. You were closer to it than anyone else when he shorted out. Izuku felt a void curl in his stomach. He hadn't visited the hospital, hadn't apologized, hadn't even asked his homeroom teacher for updates at any point until now. What could he even say? Sorry for ruining your brain, I didn't mean to? Izuku started, then choked on the words. His quirk thrummed uneasily, dredging guilt up from where he'd buried it. I don't know. Tenko's gaze lingered on him. It didn't feel condemning, but it wasn't reassuring either. You should. Izuku's pen stopped moving, the blank space on the page accusing him louder than words. They kept walking, but every step felt more straining. An opportunity presented later, when a kid tripped at the edge of the park path, tumbling forward into the dirt. Izuku moved before he thought about it, rushing to help, but his hands hovered uselessly, not doing anything until the boy's mother scooped him up, brushing dust from scraped knees. Izuku stammered apologies, cheeks red, and by the time he realized what he should have done, offered a hand or calmed the child down. The moment had passed. Tenko didn't say anything until they were a block away. You froze. I thought. You thought about yourself and your quirk first. Sorry to be blunt, but this isn't about you. It's about them. Izuku had to bite down the urge to protest. He knew that. He did. So why did it feel like his whole chest was hollowing out? Tenko seemed to realize the silence was dragging too long, so he tried again, this time lighter. Hey, look at it this way. At least you're not embarrassing yourself in front of someone like Endeavor. Or his son. What? Why would I? Don't believe the media, Tenko added, almost conspiratorial. Solar flares are real, but he'd chew you up for tripping on the sidewalk. Don't worry about messing up in front of me, though. My offer was out of pity anyway. kind of like 13 picking me when I was your age. He forced a laugh. Screw-ups gotta stick together, right? Pity. Izuku could feel the words rising, tasting like bile. You don't know me at all. Don't you dare say you chose me because you felt sorry for me. But thanks, I guess. The atmosphere in Hosu was tense, to say the least. Patrols cut across every block, pros and sidekicks staking out rooftops and intersections with the tense eagerness of hunters. Izuku kept glancing at his phone. The screen lit his face in brief flashes, no new notifications blinking back. His thumb hovered over the keyboard, like one more text could actually make a difference. A hand shot out and plucked the phone cleanly from his grip. Hey! Stardust tilted the screen toward himself, unimpressed. You're probably busy with your internship, but I hope we run into each other. That's what's got you sulking? Is that your boyfriend or? Izuku's face went hot. That's private. You're broadcasting it in your face, Stardust muttered, thumb flicking the screen dark before tucking it out of Izuku's reach. What's the big deal? You're jumpy enough to get us both pulled from patrol. Izuku was caught between wanting to lie and knowing it would be useless. It's my friend Ida. His brother was attacked by the hero killer and he hasn't been himself since. He won't answer my texts, he won't. Tenko hadn't expected details. He'd expected a brush-off, some mumble about nerves. For a moment, something almost soft flickered across his expression. That's sweet. Misguided, but sweet. Misguided. We're here working. Stardust's voice firmed, the mentor mask snapping back in place. This isn't a personal errand. You can't just run off chasing a gut feeling. That's not how this works. You want to help him? Fine. But you do it by doing the job in front of you. People fall through the cracks when everyone else is chasing glory. That's our assignment. Not playing detective with your classmates. Guilt crawled up his throat. But I get it. I won't. Good. The pro-hero slid the phone back into his hand, gaze steady. Because if you try, I won't cover for you. I mean that. Izuku nodded, eyes down. He really meant it to. He wanted to mean it. But the nagging weight in his chest never eased, no matter how many cats they coaxed out of hiding, no matter how many elderly citizens they guided across the street, no matter how many times Stardust praised the little, quiet acts of care. When the sun dipped low, shadows stretching long down Hosu's alleyways, the feeling sharpened into a blade in his gut. A pull, urgent and wrong, dragging him toward the heart of the city. Before he could talk himself out of it, his body moved. Quirks sparking at his heels, kinetic boost flung him forward in a blur. Away from Stardust. Away from orders. Toward the alley where Ida's silence was waiting. Tenko knew it the instant the kid was gone. He messed up things somehow. The faint echo of Izuku's quirk like a snap of static through the air was impossible to mistake. Sheet. He spun, scanning the rooftops, the nearby alleys, but Midoriya was already gone. He hadn't even seen him leave. A first year had slipped out from under his nose. Quirk boosted speed leaving him in the dust. He was pathetic. That was the truth of it. Rescue heroes weren't meant for pursuit. They were meant for the aftermath, for sifting through rubble, stabilizing the bleeding, holding hands until the real pros arrived. He'd built his whole career around that niche because it was the only way to keep his hands from betraying him. But in moments like this, when someone needed chasing, when someone needed stopping, it showed how limited he really was. So he hoped. He hoped against all common sense that Midoriya had just run off to brood in a corner, or maybe slam his head into a wall like a normal stressed-out teenager. He hoped he'd find him sulking, and that all he'd have to do was drag him back by the scruff and scold him until his throat was dry. But then he turned the corner, and there was his problem child, paralyzed in a crouch, blood dripping from his arm where he had been nicked by the hero killer's blade, and another UA kid slumped in front of him, seconds away from taking a fatal blow. The scene crystallized, grotesque in its stillness. Izuku's wide eyes, the villain's raised sword, the silence of a street where they couldn't call for backup, where it wouldn't arrive in time. He felt his chest tighten. Think. Step away from the children. His voice cracked but held firm. He raised his hands, open and placating. They're students. They haven't had the chance to become the false heroes you hate. Stain's head tilted, the gleam of his red eyes feral under the bandages. Slowly but deliberately he pointed his blade at Ida Tenya. This one is already corrupt. His heart is filled with revenge, not salvation. The sword swung toward Midoriya. And this one, his power is a lie. I can smell the deception on him. What a hypocrite. I'm sure even you can see what I mean. This man seeks no justice. He's only satisfying his own need for approval. Tenko gritted his teeth. He didn't need this. Not now. Or ever, for that matter. Heroes can't be self-serving. He didn't mean for things to happen as they did. But the words curdled in his mouth. Says who, you irrelevant, self-centered piece of shit? Yoichi's sneer dragged itself through his throat. You play at justice with your little knives, but you're nothing more than a killer with a manifesto. My justice is absolute. Stain's nostrils flared. He lowered into a crouch. Then prove it. The clash was messy and graceless. Tenko barely ducked one blade pointlessly, as he felt another bite into his shoulder. He staggered, slamming against the floor, pinned beneath Stain's weight. The steel edge hovered at his throat. He grabbed the blade on instinct. His gloves withered to dust, and decay crawled up the metal in jagged cracks. For a breath, he held it back, the weapon dissolving as fast as Stain forced it down. His arms shook with the effort. He wasn't a fighter. He wasn't built for this. He can't do this, he can't do anything right. Izuku couldn't move. His body was locked, every muscle unresponsive, likely, due to Stain's quirk. His body was a prison, and all he could do was watch. Watch as the hero killer lifted his blade. Watch as Ida, still collapsed, chest barely rising, lay utterly defenseless. His vision tunneled around his mentor's blood, around the inevitability of steel cutting flesh. He watched his hands stretched forward, his quirk crackling at his fingertips. No. He dragged the pro-hero into this mess, and he wouldn't let him pay the price for it. His thoughts narrowed to a single option, one horrible, undeniable option. The panic broke something inside of him. His body remained frozen, but his fingers burned with sudden life. Black-red cords erupted from under his nails, jagged and wrong, a quirk he'd never felt before. Rivet stab lanced Stain across the ribs. His will stretched out, hooked into the villain's blood-slicked quirk factor, and tore. It came loose like a thread, and the paralysis shattered. Izuku gasped, choking on air, his limbs collapsing under him. The hero killer went still, eyes wild as the invisible pull ripped through his body. For the first time, Stain faltered. What did you? His voice broke in shock. Izuku sighed in not quite relief. The villain wasn't that big a threat anymore. But Stardust didn't know that. The hero's face was twisted, raw with something Izuku couldn't name. His hand shot forward again, this time landing flush on Stain's throat. There was no hesitation in it. The hero killer convulsed as his flesh blackened, withering under Stardust's grip. His manifesto, his conviction, his very body disintegrated into dust on the wet stone. Izuku's stomach lurched. Too late. Too far. Too much. And Midoriya? His head whipped around. Ida was staring at him, wide-eyed, trembling but awake. Native hero too half-conscious, but his gaze was fixed on the ruin at their feet. Both of them had seen. Izuku thought Stardust might laugh or scream or confess himself to be everything he had been warned of. But instead, he just looked at Izuku, and he couldn't tell at all what was behind his stare. When the echoes faded, Tenko was on his knees in the rubble, chest heaving. His own hands shook. He couldn't tell if it was from pain, from fear, or from how right it had felt, for one stolen second, to let go. The ash of what had once been the hero killer clung to Tenko's hands, to his sleeves and the ragged edges of his wounds. His hands shook. He stared down at them. They didn't feel his. He knew they were but F-. What the actual F-? I killed him. Or worse. He killed him, using Tenko's body like a marionette. Neither answer was bearable. A wet retch broke the silence. Midoriya was on his knees, doubled over, vomiting into the cracks between the cobblestones. His whole body trembled, green hair plastered to his forehead. Singularity, Tenko lurched forward on instinct. Stay back. Native dragged himself between them. His own clothes were torn, blood matting his side, but his glare burned with furious clarity. "Don't touch him." Confusion cut through the haze. "I'm just trying to." "You killed him." Native's voice cracked. He jabbed a shaking finger at the scatter of dust. "He was and you heroes aren't executioners. What the hell were you thinking?" His mind lagged behind. "I saved him. All of you," he said, quieter this time, and his gaze flicked helplessly toward Izuku. "I won't repeat myself again. Stay away from him." Native barked, dragging himself even closer to Midoriya as if Tenko was the danger now. It didn't make sense. He hadn't come here to fight anyone. He'd done what no one else had been fast enough to do. Wasn't that enough? But that look made him doubt. That burning fury Tenko usually only saw directed at villains. It made him feel 15 again, standing in a classroom while Present Mike laughed off his chosen name as villain-coded. It made him feel 5 again, blood sticking to his hands and arms and everywhere the one time he tried to defend himself from his father's assault. It made him feel like no matter what he did, people only ever saw the worst of him. A choked noise drew his gaze. The other UA kid was still slumped against the floor where Stain had left him, eyes wide and glassy. He looked halfway between fury and collapse. His head thunked against the pavement as unconsciousness finally claimed him. "It." Native's attention snapped back to Ida. He crouched, trying to stabilize him with trembling hands. Tenko stood uselessly in the middle of it all, his problem in turn retching, the pro-hero cutting him out of the picture, another student bleeding into the pavement. His every instinct screamed to move, to do something, but Native's glare pinned him harder than Stain's blade just a few moments earlier. Justice served. Whether you wanted it or not. Tenko's ears were still ringing when he realized someone else was coming. Heavy boots pounded the cobblestones. More heroes, more witnesses. He didn't think. He just moved. Midoriya was still slumped on the ground, pale and clammy with bile on his chin. Tenko hooked an arm under his and hauled him upright. The boy stumbled, dead weight for a moment, then lurched into an unsteady walk. "See, can't." Midoriya's protest dissolved into a GG. "Shut up and move," Tenko hissed. He forced his voice into a brittle parody of calm, like this was routine. Like this was just another part of the internship. "We're done here. Just a late-night drill. Nothing to worry about." Native's back was to them, hands pressing into Ida's wounds. He didn't even notice as Tenko tugged his intern away into the shadows. The boots grew louder. A voice barked orders. "Too close." Tenko shoved forward faster, dragging Midoriya into the maze of alleys. His own shoulders screamed with each step, blood soaking his jacket, dripping in a steady rhythm, but he kept his head high whenever they passed the stray bystander. A few people blinked, frowned, then looked away. A pro-hero, marching a sickly kid through the night with blood on his sleeve? Must have been official business. Not their problem. Of course not. Heroes bled, heroes broke, heroes dragged bodies home. Nobody wanted to get in the way. By the time they stumbled into the suffocating safety of their cheap hotel room, Tenko's arm was numb from holding Midoriya upright. He let the kid collapse onto the bed and sagged against the door, breathing hard. "Internship business," he muttered, mostly to himself. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. "Totally normal." The words rang hollow in the quiet, a prayer already dead.